So he's like, so he did it, but he did like this because he didn't think people would see him going like this. So he did like this.
The irony of thinking people won't be able to see him doing like this.
Right. So, and then he did it, and like he was like, it literally started on a dare. Like I didn't think it would be what it was, but
welcome to the show already in progress. Not really, just a conversation in progress. It's big. Well, they probably just need bodies for the Royal Rumble. They fired so many people. They were like, hey, let's clear guys who we said couldn't wrestle anymore.
I still don't understand that.
Hey, Vince, it's Edge. I want to wrestle. Can't. Sorry, kid. Can't wrestle. Oh, no, it's cool. AEW offered me $1 million. You know what? Come on in. Let's get our doctors to check you out. Hey, Vince, it's Brian. Wanted to wrestle. Nah, I'm sorry, kid. Oh, no, it's cool. I'm going to go to AEW. Oh, you know what? Come on in. Let's let our doctors see.
As a matter of fact, I want Beth to come back too.
Yeah.
That's part of the stipulation.
It's a package deal. Come on in, get comfortable, hang out a while. We are with you for the next 4 hours here. It's D-Lo and KC, presented by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald and the Sacramento Bees going to join us coming up about an hour from now. He'll be with us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. James Ham will be with us. Coming up here at 2:30, as he is virtually every single game day. Akash Anavarapu will be here of Niners Nation. We'll talk Niners Cowboys.
I'm getting lathered up, baby. I'm getting lathered up.
I can't.
I have my ear to the street this morning, and
oh Lord,
I'm getting lathered up, baby.
Just a reminder.
Lathered up.
Just a reminder. Go. You too can have your ear to the street by downloading the Odyssey app and searching Dallas sports radio stations. You too can be a Dallas Cowboy insider like my partner is with so many teams across the world. Insider access through the Odyssey app. It's the ultimate selling tool for something that's completely free. So just download it on whatever device you have. Just search Odyssey. I'm actually excited for that game this weekend. I don't know why. I don't know if it's nostalgia. I don't know if I'm excited for the 49ers. I don't know if I'm excited for you. We didn't get to experience this last year. So I don't know what it is, but I'm a little bit hyped for this game. But I do have some questions. Because, you know, our producer, Jesse's like 17.
Yeah.
And when you do the math, it's like, wait, did like the Cowboys and the 49ers fall in the category of Arsenio Hall? Like he didn't know it was a thing until the show started. We'll talk about that. I mean, 95?
95.
It was the last time a meaningful game between these two teams were played. It's
2013.
So I'm going to preface this with, I know some people aren't going to like this. There's a generation that has no idea that the Kings fan, like they're confused as to why the Lakers are the Kings rival.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was 20 years ago. Like, wait, we're right. Wait, what? I thought it was the Celtics. The Kings are rivals with the Lakers? Why?
Right.
Now, and I'll be honest, it's something I quite don't understand all these years later, but it is what it is. You want to hold on to stuff from 20 years ago? That's fine. We got the game tonight, and perhaps what we're going to see tonight is part of the reason the rivalry still exists, at least in the minds of Sacramento Kings fans, is in all likelihood the Golden One Center is going to once again be overtaken by Los Angeles Lakers fans, similar to what it was several weeks ago. Now, there was a relatively, I guess, split crowd, as there normally is for Lakers Kings, Lakers Warriors. But then the Kings got ran out of the building and they left, leaving the entire Golden One Center
to look like SoFi Stadium.
That's pretty much what it looked like. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It was rocked out with purple and gold and old Kobe Bryant jerseys.
I do think, while it's going to be a ton of Laker fans in the building, I do think Kings fans will show up a little bit. You know,
I think Kings fans will be there.
That will come to the game. I think they're going to show up. They're going to be loud. They're going to be charged up to try and get this W. One thing about the Kings and so far, the 2021, 2022 Kings and Monty McNair and Pavek, they haven't been able to suck the life out of this yet. Is Kings fans are always up to beat the Lakers. They'll always get charged up to want to beat the Lakers. So
yeah,
I think they'll be out tonight.
The takeover, if you will, didn't occur at tip. It occurred when the Kings decided they didn't want to play anymore,
right? And
got down by 26 or whatever. It was some absurd number. That's when Kings fans were like, I'm out, dude. Y'all can have it. Enjoy the food. It's $14 beer. I'll holler at you later. Make all the noise you want to. I'm going. I think that was the birth of Alvin Gentry's
apology tour.
It's good God, man.
And he's had multiple tour dates.
You know what's crazy? And like sometimes I have to be reminded of Luke Walton started the season. This is the same season. This is one season. Luke Walton was the coach in game one.
So long ago.
Alvin Gentry's damn near getting a full season. Alvin Gentry will coach, not quite, damn near as many games as were in regulation last year, as were in the regular season last year. Because he was, what was Luke, 6-11? So 17 games. Yeah. They played 72 games the last 2 years. It's not like they're getting a sneak peek at Alvin Gentry. No. They're getting a full look at Alvin Gentry.
They've already gotten more Alvin Gentry this year than Luke Walton.
Facts. Very true. Very, very true. Boy.
And once again,
hair's getting gray. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, remember when President Obama took office in 2008? Yeah. Young dude, black hair. Like by like the midterms, gray, like wrinkled eyes. It was oh man, that's how I feel in this season.
And we're only halfway through.
You got gray in your beard. I can see it from
right in here. Right in here. I got a little gray in my beard. Yeah.
Kings
didn't have it there in September.
Didn't have it.
I'd probably be like all gray. I'd look like Peter on the Housewives of Atlanta if it wasn't for the 49ers.
How many people do you think got that reference you just threw out right there? You could have gone Lovie Smith. I could have gone Lovie Smith, but you went Peter from Real Housewives.
Yeah. Because he's I could have gone Lovie Smith, but I hadn't even thought about Lovie Smith before a couple weeks ago. I hadn't thought about Peter either.
What we thought about, though, is, and that was going to be the next question, is why were you thinking about Peter of Real Housewives? But what caught our attention about Lovie was the beard. He was like, hey, who's that on the sideline? I thought Lovie Smith was the coordinator over there. Who's that?
Who is that? And I think we came up with it, but the comedian who had the conspiracy theories about Bill Cosby.
Oh, yeah, from Get Up or Get Out. Hannibal? Is it Hannibal? Yeah, isn't it?
No, it was the older one.
Oh,
the OG one. Remember? And he would come on. Oh, I forgot his name. Somebody in the chat is going to say, but that's who Lovie Smith was looking like.
Okay.
They'll come up with it.
You talking about Dick Gregory?
Dick Gregory. There we go. I don't know why his name was escaping me for whatever reason.
Yeah, I always remember it. Peanut. Make me some of that Dick Gregory. House party reference. House party reference indeed. So here we are. We've had Dick Gregory references, Barack Obama references, and Peter from Real Housewives. All here in the first 8 minutes of this show. You never know what you're going to get when you tune in to D-Lo and Casey on a daily basis.
Yeah, you just never. But
kind of like the Kings. You never know quite what basketball team you're going to see out there.
That's the crazy part. Like, we don't even know if we're getting a sorry team tonight. I think they're going to come to play tonight and they'll be ready to go.
Boy, you went to bat for that one yesterday.
I mean,
you said that out the gate.
I think they're going to play really well tonight.
You said they were going to win too.
Yeah, I did say they're going to win. I'll stick with it.
So why not? Why?
It's kind of like what Jason Jones says, just kind of who they are.
They'll be good for one.
Yeah.
Shoot, they might be good.
The Lakers aren't overly physical. That's usually the problem. The teams they really struggle with, teams that'll beat you up. The Lakers aren't necessarily. They can be, but they're not necessarily overly physical. So they'll let the Kings hang around.
58 from the backcourt tonight. De'Aaron and Tyrese get a strong showing from the front court. Something that gets, okay. That's what I'm talking about. Steals. Lakers shoot a low percentage. Like, we see a completely different basketball team tonight. They get the win against the Lakers. Kings fans get a little, they like it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they lose 2 to the Rockets.
Oh my gosh. If they lose 2 to the Rockets.
Come on, man. Don't tell me no one's thought of that. Don't tell me no one has thought about them losing 2 to the Rockets.
I definitely thought about it. Hey, look, the crazy thing about it is I'd have to apologize to David Aldridge. I got to do that already.
Yeah.
The Rockets might have already had a better offseason than the Kings. Sorry, David Aldridge. Sorry. No, I don't think they have the number 1 offseason. That's all right. Let's calm down a little bit, David Aldridge, but they definitely had a better one than the Kings.
More than playing, more than anything else. I need the Kings to somehow get it together and finish with a better record than Portland. Because I don't give a damn if it's by 1 game. I have receipts on everything Rip City had to say after our conversation with Kyle Draper, where we all said,
hey, by hook or crook.
And the sad part is reminding what James Ham said. Yeah, they got the same record. Portland isn't trying to win anymore. Portland might try to get to the point where they shut down. I read there's I don't the source, whatever.
Get your ear to the streets?
No, I got my eyes on my phone, and I'm not going to bring this up as if it appears. I'll just bring it up as if it's something I saw. Take it for what you will. It came from Bleacher Report. That's sometimes eye roll inducing.
Mm.
There's Paul George. Clippers may not have Paul George play the rest of the season. Paul George may be done for the year. Again, take it for a grain of salt because it came from Bleacher Report.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's the case, if Paul George shuts down, or you're shutting down Paul George, whatever. And so why there really is no purpose in Kawhi coming back.
No.
The Clippers tank, they tank, don't they? Don't you try to get that draft pick? Bring those 2 back. I mean,
you would think so, but I don't know if they have the draft picks. I'm not sure if they still don't go to OKC. OKC Miami, like they might have it this year because you can't do consecutive years. Maybe it might be a swap, not just an outright. No, I don't know. I'd like to, Jesse. Can you check on that and see if they got their draft picks? Because that's one thing I thought about. But if they do have their draft picks, then hell yeah.
You gotta shut it. You gotta shut it down. And this wasn't the easy. I Googled in like the stupidest way possible. It's always really a really, really good idea to start looking stuff up live on the radio because 2022. Oh man.
They don't have it.
They ain't got nothing.
They ain't got it. They ain't got it.
Boy. Oh man, sucks to be the Clippers.
Oh, yeah, they got a win last night though.
You better bring Paul George back. There ain't no point being in the lottery. You better find a way to win some basketball games here. We'll step out.
They're 500. Kings are can't see 500 with binoculars right now.
I genuinely, I hope he's healthy. I need to know, like, how many times does Dave Yeager like look at the box score and just crack up? How many times does Dave Yeager get sent a clip of Alvin Gentry's press conference and just laugh?
Hey, you know who laughing now? Luke probably laughing down there in San Diego.
Luke probably laughing his ass off, counting his money.
The same.
Counting his money.
Changed.
We'll come back. Carmelo said something that made me laugh yesterday as well. We'll talk about this game tonight. And Kenny's one-man tour of trashing Richan Holmes continues as D'Lo and KC roll along here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Luke he's free.
He is good.
Luke is free as a bird.
That's hilarious. The Clippers got, and but by the way, Clippers don't have a pick for a minute.
So it's outright gone this year.
Mm-hmm. They have a 2020.
How did they do that?
Maybe they were separate trades. I don't know. Los Angeles Clippers draft picks. Let me go back to that website again. Future draft picks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oklahoma. I don't quite understand how this works. Maybe this isn't even accurate because it says Oklahoma City's got a bunch of them. Maybe that's draft picks. Los Angeles Clippers. Let's try this one. Maybe this is a better website. Paul George, Thunder option to swap first-round picks in 2023. 2021 first-round pick. This is 2022. 2022 first-round pick. First-round pick protected. That's, geez, I don't fucking know, dude. This is too complicated for me. This is too much.
Steven, I'll disagree with this a little bit. I mean, they tanked when they got rid of Cousins. So I don't know. I mean, they tanked to get rid of when they got rid of Cousins. Yeah, you got George Hill, Vince Carter, and Zebo, but I mean, I don't know if that's considered going for the 8th seed at that time when they got those guys.
Well, no, I think it was after that first game. They lost like 8 in a row after the Cousins trade. Like they won the first one, and then they lost like 8 straight. And I think that was like, all right, we're out.
So you can make some people won't make the argument, but you can make the argument they tanked for 2 years. Would you say they tanked for 2 years? Or do you classify that first Fox season as they were still like trying
They tried. They tried for 30 games, 38 games. The weird thing was they wanted to shut everybody down. Or like they didn't want to play Garrett anymore and Vince and Zach Randolph and all of those guys. But then they had to because guys got hurt. Like they were, Garrett would say like they've, you every day you learn what your role is going to be. And then guys got hurt. And so their roles changed. You had to play more. Garrett wound up playing more. I still think Vince played minimally. Zach Randolph too, but it's true. That's true on me fresh. Watching Memphis and Cleveland and what they're doing, man.
Tough.
3 team trades. 76ers, Atlanta Kings get Reddish, Collins. Atlanta gets Simmons, Harris. 76ers get 4 first-round picks and Fox.
Man, y'all really want to trade Fox?
Thinking, uh-huh. That's funny. Only because it's true.
You sure? And I mean, it's still not sold that tanking like works. What's your goal in tanking? Like just to get to the playoffs? Because I think there's teams who tanked and got to the playoffs. But when people say if that's the goal, then cool. But I don't think that's necessarily the goal.
I think there are people who think teams tanked when they were bad. Like people are going to start using Cleveland as an example. Cleveland didn't tank. Cleveland was a bad basketball team. And they're overachieving in a massive way, which is awesome. That's great. Live on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald, the Kings Pulse, and the Sacramento Bee. Man wears many hats. He's going to join us coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. The conversation over the commercial break was centered on tanking and whether tanking is actually effective. And I'm of the belief, no matter how often you open King's Twitter and read some of Brenden Nunes' colleagues screaming for tanking, there's no evidence. Like it was birthed by Kenny's question of like, what's your goal? Is your goal to make the playoffs? Like, all right. So what Philadelphia went through to make the playoffs worked. Good for them. But I think people also take losing teams that become winning teams and say, well, they tanked. Cleveland's going to be the latest example. You're going to read that, oh, Cleveland tanked and look at how good they are. No, they didn't tank. They were bad.
Right.
They were not a good basketball team. Most importantly, though, they drafted well. They made the right moves. They went and got Jared Allen, Karis LeVert, and some of these guys.
I mean, if the trend continues, can we classify what the Kings are doing right now as tanking? Because they're 12th now. They're like trending down, but that people don't want to look at it like that. They just look at a bad record, like you just mentioned, and want to say somebody tanked.
Tanking, yeah. So that, but people,
not simplistic like
it's more clear when it's your team because you're familiar with everybody. Not as many people are familiar with who Cleveland is marching out there to be in their starting five, and they might look at a box score going, "Look, they're tanking." No, that's really their best 5 players. That's what they had to put out there. Because we're here, we know, James talked about this earlier in the week, we start seeing big minutes from Neemias Queta, Damian Jones, Bob Woodard. Kings are tanking. If De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton start falling into load management, they're not trying to win basketball games.
Right.
Now they're just losing on accident.
And essentially, in most cases, I would think you tank, quote unquote, for one season. Like that's it. After that one season, like you just mentioned, that's who you have. You're not necessarily like OKC. I think you can make the argument, I guess last year they tanked. They're not tanking this year.
Yeah.
They just ain't got nobody good.
Right. They're trying to develop some of the young guys they have, knowing that those guys aren't good enough to win games. Also, they have the fallback of even if they win a handful too many, and at this point, God only knows what a handful too many is going to be in the Western Conference. They've got like 13 other teams' picks. So it's like, even if we get one right, I mean, we've got 7 picks, 6 picks, however many freaking picks we have in this upcoming draft. Even if we get one right, we're going to be in far better shape than we were this year. And I think that's how they look at it. Obviously, you want to get more. Like what people don't like to acknowledge with Philly is how many things Philly got wrong. Philly landed Joel. By the way, the other guy who was supposed to be the big, all right, this is it. We got it. He ain't playing. He's the center of virtually every NBA trade conversation happening right now.
All right.
So you can't tell me that was effective. Then you have all of your misses along the way. They missed a lot in the draft. So I'm still patiently waiting for the first person to point out the team that tanked that it worked for.
And then also, once again, like we started with this original conversation, is state what your goal is. Because none of these tanking teams are championship teams. They've never even sniffed the championship. So if that's not your goal, if your goal is,
I mean, you could argue the 76ers did. They just underachieved.
So
it was a good 76ers team. They just didn't get it done.
It was good, but absolutely they had.
But your point, they didn't get there. Yeah. They didn't get there.
Yeah, and that would mean if the goal is championship, they failed. The tanking has failed. It doesn't work if that's the goal. But if your goal is let's just make the playoffs and have a team that has a ceiling, and that's a ceiling of playoffs, and then yeah, you can. I think you can do that.
And I feel like it's the most simplistic, dumbed down. Like your boy Stephen Brown says, Warriors tank. They're not a championship team.
Stop it.
Okay. Sure. A team that was already a championship team suffered a bunch of injuries, decided, you know what? Maybe this isn't the year to do it. Sat everybody. Tanked. Mm-hmm. All right. They tanked. Came back. They're a championship team because of Steph, Clay, and because of Draymond. They're not a championship team because of those guys they drafted. They might be a championship team. They might be a championship team 5 years from now because of the way that those guys drafted.
Right.
But not now.
Those guys don't even play.
That's what I'm saying.
Moody's in Santa Cruz. Wiseman's in Santa Cruz. The guys that they
I don't even think Wiseman's playing basketball, is he?
The guys that they tank for aren't even part of this team. So once again, BTS. Back take, Steve.
Well, there's bad takes all over the place because it's easy. You know what tanking is, and no offense, it is literally the lowest common denominator you can go to. Oh, if we do this, it'll work. You know what every Kings fan should strive to be? The Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Tell me when the Memphis Grizzlies tanked. They didn't. They built a team of competence. Their star player wants to beat kids' asses. He's going into the stand seeing kids wearing Warriors jerseys and wants to take them all out.
That's what
they crafted this team. They crafted this team. And that's it. But by the way, for those who haven't seen the clip, it's fantastic. And then Ja Morant's explanation of it is fantastic. They constructed that team beautifully. They had a vision of toughness and all of this other. Yo, it's there. They landed Ja. It's worked out beautifully. Memphis never tanked.
Mm-mm.
Milwaukee. Did they tank to get Giannis at what, 13, 14, 15, 16, whatever he was? Nope.
That's a small market. Everybody said, "Oh, small market. You gotta tank to get good." They ain't tank.
There's literally one team.
Was Chris Middleton drafted? Or was he a second round guy? He might be a second round at best.
I mean, you'd still be drafted in the second round.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if he was drafted. Yeah, he wasn't no first round lottery. They tanked.
He definitely wasn't.
Middleton All-Star.
But it's easier to say lose on purpose.
I mean,
I'm still waiting.
Last year.
Still waiting. First, I'll never mention it again. If someone calls 916-349-1320 and tell me who it's worked for.
The Spurs.
I'm waiting. Chris Middleton was the 39th pick.
That is not. You don't tank for the 39th. I didn't think
he was drafted by Milwaukee. Come to think about it, Jesse? Who was Chris Middleton drafted by? Wasn't he traded there? Man, Detroit ain't tanking. Detroit is losing.
And the other thing about it, and nobody wants to hear this. Nobody wants to hear this. But this is the truth. I really believe that. You got to get lucky. You need luck on your side. Like there's all these people that we talk about, Middleton, Jokic, look at Memphis with Desmond Bane and guys like that. They didn't expect these guys to be this. They drafted them because they liked them. They thought they'd be good contributors, things of that nature. But they got lucky. Middleton turned into one of the most lethal shooters in the game. One of the best mid-range shooters in the game. Milwaukee didn't draft or acquire him after 39, after him being 39th and saying, yeah, that's why we got him. We envisioned this for no. Like you need to, have a hunch on some guys and they hit and they exceed expectations. It has to happen.
One of my favorite screen names in twitch.tv/ESPN1320, Ginger Vegan King says, I ain't calling it work, but Lakers is my final answer, D'Lo. So the Lakers tanked? Help your boy out. Literally, the Lakers tanked for years and got the assets to get AD. The Lakers didn't tank. The Lakers stunk.
Fam.
Y'all are confusing losing. The NBA is so muddled. People don't know the difference between losing and tanking. The Lakers did not tank.
No.
The Lakers lost.
And the I can speak to this because I was down there at the time. When they got D'Angelo Russell, Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, it was not cool. We got these guys so we can trade them. They were all meant to bring the Lakers back.
Nobody was thinking about trading those guys until LeBron James got there.
They were all meant to bring the Lakers back. They were picked to bring the Lakers back, each and every one of them.
And by the way, it's not a shot at anybody hanging out in San Diego. They were all underachieving. They were all right. It wasn't like, oh my God, we got this. What was the Lonzo Ball conversation? Woo-hoo-hoo. Child, could you imagine if the Lakers had drafted De'Aaron Fox instead? No one was singing the praises of Lonzo Ball. They were looking like they missed. The Lakers missed. Brandon Ingram, probably going to have to move on from that, though. Not really hitting here.
Right.
Julius Randle, same thing. I don't remember if Julius Randle was number 2.
Randle,
no, it was
it
was D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, he was number 2.
D'Angelo Russell was number 2. Ingram was number 2. Lonzo was number 2. And you can frame it as, they used all those guys to get AD. Well, yeah, that was after LeBron got there. Those guys were meant to be the future of the team. They
never got those guys thinking, we're going to trade them for anybody. Like that was their core.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, like you mentioned, LeBron got there, Rich Paul got there, and was like, I need a guy like that. Yeah. And then they had that.
Yep. I have got an opportunity for you, Rob Pelinka. 916-349-1320.
You guys got to do a little better than that, man. That's not what that was all about.
There's a difference between tanking and losing, and I think that's the Kings are losing. Not on purpose. They just are bad. And most teams in the league are just bad. 916-349-1320. Skip to our man, Pablo. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I got one for you.
Okay.
I think the question was, if I got it right, is when has tanking ever been successful?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Yep.
I'm reaching back because I'm an OG, so this is even way back. But the Houston Rockets, they tanked consecutive years to get Hakeem and Ralph Sampson, and they went all the way to the finals. But because of that, they changed the rules and made it a lottery system. Because before that, you had first pick if you was at the bottom.
Right. Okay. I mean, I understand that. Like if you could just lose, like the NFL, lose and get the number 1 pick every year or whatever. Like I understand that worked to a certain degree, but I wish Bob was still on the line. I would ask him, what's your definition of worked? What is successful? Is successful just getting to the finals once and losing and then never really sniffing it again? Because that's what happened with that Houston team. They got to the finals once with Ralph Sampson. Then they lost that finals and they never got close again. Ralph Sampson didn't last in the league like that. So is that working?
I'd have to argue in that sense, yes, because Hakeem did get to the NBA Finals again. Now, this is a different Rockets team, so I'm trying to not misrepresent what you just said, but you did land Hakeem Olajuwon.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, yeah, I'd have to argue it worked.
So the year you for Hakeem worked, not the other one when you tanked for Ralph.
Sure.
That's kind of what it comes down to.
I mean, even in that, like you got to an NBA Finals, like you're saying, they were never close again. But I don't know that the Rockets were ever, paper bags on the heads of fans. I don't think they were anything like that. And then obviously they snuck the 2 titles in the mid '90s, which that and I only point that out because the Hakeem Olajuwon was on those teams. So. Again,
we're going, and to your point,
now we're going to something
30
different.
years back, 40 years back almost.
Oh, we're going to like there was no lot like things. It was all different then. Like I'm trying to.
You guys got us all off on this one.
You know who tanking worked for because they weren't successful? The Celtics. The Celtics tanked to get Greg Oden or Kevin Durant. Didn't get either one of them. Had to make a power move. And that's when I think they landed 4th, if I remember right, in that draft. And then that's when they were like, we've got to do something. We've got to do something. They were able to land Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett. I don't know. Maybe the 4th pick was valuable enough to trade. I'm trying to figure out if that worked. I mean, obviously they won a title out of it, the greatest NBA championship in history, if you ask them.
And look, I'll say this: if you want to tank, then fine. Like I'm not saying there is no strategy to that or whatever the case. But all I'm saying is don't act like that's the end all be all. You tank and everything will work, everything will go fine, because it's not accurate. Like there is just as many risks of being a perpetual loser and tanking as there is in trying to get to the 10th spot.
I also love the perception. This is my favorite thing, especially with Kings fans. I also love the perception that everyone's going to feel better if they just go out and lose every game. Like if Neemias Queta starts tonight and plays 40 minutes and Tyrese and De'Aaron start going into load management systems where they miss games at a time, and Jameis Ramsey is starting at the 1. Bob Woodard's getting heavy minutes. I always because we don't see it. I love that a big portion of Kings fans go, yeah, I'd rather see that. No, you wouldn't.
No, hell no. Hell no.
You'd be watching. You'd see what Chicago did last night. Chicago beat somebody by like 48. That'd be the regular. You're already the laughing stock of the league.
Right.
Now you can tack this an attempted tank job on top of it. And
what we talk about, like people would be like, yeah, I'm good with another 3 years of being the worst in the NBA, thinking that guarantees you that you're going to make it in the 4th year. No, like I'm gonna be honest with you, it could happen at any point. I don't know when OKC getting back to the playoffs. I don't know when they're getting back to the playoffs. And it ain't this year, probably not next year. That's 3 straight years already of this ideal tank.
And that's the other thing about like you better have a plan. Right. I see. So you say you don't know when they're going to be back. I got to believe Sam Presti and that group there have a plan. They're going to try to structure this team a certain way that highlights certain talent, does that whole thing, because this is a plan clearly years in the making because of the Russell Westbrook situation, the Paul George situation, and we know where we're at. We get it. We've got to start. You talk about a teardown. We've got to start completely over. So that's what we're going to do. Here's where we are now. Here's where we're trying to go. If you're the Sacramento Kings and you decide in game 43, let's roll out Bob Woodard and Jameis Ramsey. Oh, you don't have a plan, which is the picture perfect slogan to put outside the Golden One Center. Right when you walk into Dogo, big neon sign. We don't have a goddamn plan. We just throw dudes in jerseys out there onto a basketball court. Making that decision 40 games into the season, that ain't going to do you no good. As James says this regularly, you're too far behind. This conference is too bad. You're too far behind at this point. You're not going to be worse than Houston. And I don't know if y'all have peaked over at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. You ain't going to be worse than Detroit. Detroit's terrible. Orlando, you ain't going to be worse than them.
No.
Now you're already, I don't remember what the percentages are, but you're already playing yourself out of that even split percentage that they put there for the top 4.
Right.
Now you're
back in 7.
You know what happens? Exactly. You tank, and with your luck, you wind up at 7, 8, or 9 again.
Detroit got what, 6 wins?
Detroit,
they got up to
terrible,
9.
dude.
They got up to Orlando now has 7 wins. Like you said, you're not getting
Orlando's lost 9 in a row.
You're not getting there. And look, I'll say this again. I'll go back to OKC, and because I'm using them because people think that's what the Kings should be doing. That's the model of tanking. I'm looking at the standings right now, and I asked the question: when is OKC going to get back to the playoffs? Like, I'm looking in the West, OKC isn't ahead of any of these teams. Like, I wouldn't take OKC's future over any of these guys. Maybe Portland. Portland has snuck in there. But I wouldn't even take OKC over New Orleans. Ingram is better than SGA.
Yeah, that's because
and Zion.
I feel you. But will you feel different when those numbers become names? When like a pick number becomes an actual name?
Maybe. That's the whole point. Maybe. I might.
Right. Exactly. There's no guarantee that all of this works.
Right.
But and I'm not even talking about hypothetically what the Kings do. I'm talking about what Oklahoma City is doing.
Yeah, that's
no
right.
guarantee that all this
I might, like, if they get the, like, I'll put it to you like this, and he's a good young player. Let's just say the guy they got, like, they got Josh Giddey. I'm not feeling like, all right, I'm taking that over Ingram and Zion. No, Giddey's a good young player, but no. I'm not taking him over Anthony Edwards. I'm not even sure I'm taking him over Anthony Simons.
There's another team, by the way. Minnesota never tanked. It's just bad. They're just regularly bad. Minnesota is the mirror image of Sacramento. They're just they've just gotten better draft picks.
They actually made a deal to make their situation worse when they made the deal for D'Angelo Russell. Gave up their first round pick to go get a proven player or anything like that. Unfortunately for them, it's all worked out.
Let's get Mac Jones Joe in here real quick. 916-349-1320. Joe, what's happening?
Hey, what's good, y'all? Hey, it's not Mac Jones Joe. This is another Joe.
Sorry, my bad, Joe. My bad, other Joe. We got Mac Jones Joe and other Joe.
Other Joe.
Yeah, you could probably call me Tank Joe because I'm still of the mindset. I know, but I'm still of the mindset that we might need a tank because if you think about it, in my opinion, I think we can all agree that the Kings are probably the most incompetent organization. So how I see it is that tanking is pretty much the only way for an incompetent organization to get good because if they intentionally try to make any moves.
But Joe, let me ask you this real quick. If the Kings are such an incompetent organization, why is tanking going to work? Like, if there's, I'm not saying that
you have to be competent to tank because you got to do it right.
Because you got to pick the right people. You can't mess up. So if they're that incompetent, that ain't necessarily the answer either.
Yeah, I'm just saying nothing else has worked. So I mean, you know, at this point,
fair enough.
And that's and Joe, other Joe, we appreciate you. Call more often, other Joe. That's actually out of all of this, out of everybody in the chat, what do you suggest? You guys don't know what you're talking about. All of this, the one answer I'll take and genuinely go exactly what Joe said. Like, I'll go, yeah, it's true.
Nothing else has worked.
Ain't nothing else worked.
Like that's where you can convince me. Like, because I'm about that with everything that's going on with the Kings right now. They're like, oh, we had a discussion yesterday, trading Richan Holmes. I don't want to, but it ain't work with him here. Harrison Barnes. I don't want to.
Yeah.
But it ain't work with him here. Do something. So I don't want to tank necessarily with somebody who's like other Joe said, what it ain't worked in any other way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right.
My concern about that is you better know what you're doing. You better know what you're doing and you better have a plan. And for my money, you can't be 40 games into the season and decide to tank. You've blown it already. Mm-hmm. Like it's already over for you. So you better figure out a way to salvage this season. You better figure out a way to fix this roster between now and February 10th. Because you think it's a ghost town in your arena right now? March Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley out there on February 11th.
Oh, man.
And tell me how this fan base feels.
It's going to look like last year in the Golden One Center.
Right. It's exactly what it's going to look like. We're going to step out. We'll come back. We'll talk to Brenden Nunes. Wrote a rare keep the Aaron Fox piece.
You don't see that every day.
You do not, which is a wild sentence to utter. We'll talk with him coming up here at the top of the hour on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Stilo and KC, presented by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, right here on ESPN 1320.
I feel like they thought they did that.
Love the interaction, y'all. Glad y'all in here, man. Keep firing those messages off, man. It's good
keep
stuff.
Talking, man. It's all good.
All of them. Seeing all of them. Ooh. Man, oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry about that.
No, Paul, forcing. That's terrible. Yikes. I was just gonna say, Giddy cool. I'm taking Simmons. I like Simmons. You know that. I don't mean Giddy's bad or Giddy's bad.
Simmons a lot too. I like them both actually.
Yeah, Giddy can play. He's a good ball.
Yeah, that brother time to play though.
Who? Simmons or Giddy? Yeah,
Giddy
a good ball player.
Our man Joe Martinez, Delivery Joe, he can't hear this because he's actually listening on the radio. He said there's a whole damn platoon of us Joes listening. I might have to call in one day to complete the Joe trifecta. Now, I know that Joe, he can't call too often because he's out making deliveries. I see you, David. I mean, it ain't working over there. I know that. I think that's accidental tanking. That's what what are you talking about? I'm interacting with Dr. David. It's accidental. That's accidental. Yeah, that's right. It's not tanking. It's just being bad. I don't know what their end goal is.
That was funny.
I'm with you. I'm with you, big. That's a hell of a profile pic you got there.
And here's Cole. Cole is back. Cole the one that's talking crazy. He's talking like Anthony Simmons ain't nice. He like Anthony Simmons. Well, literally, you ain't watching nobody but OKC. Cole. You ain't seen Anthony Simmons play.
Cole wanted me to block bad takes. I mean, I'm telling you, Cole. Folks be in the chat, man. What happened to Cole? Man, he started firing off them mess. It was his idea. Oh. Shout out to Cole, though. He got the Blackish hoodie yesterday.
Big ups. And
shout out to Mary. Did you see that was the first time because I don't even have a Monarchs hoodie yet. Mary posted.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
ooh.
It's nice.
I mean, it's one thing to see the design of it, but to see it. Oh,
yeah, it's nice.
Hard. Order that. Got more damn hoodies than I know what to do with. Gonna have to start ordering us all t-shirts here in a minute.
I know, right?
Can y'all hit the oh man, what are we doing? We had 214 watching. Can we ain't even at triple digit thumbs up yet? Can we get to 100 here real quick? I mean, there's 213. That's just on YouTube. Could y'all hit the thumbs up here real quick? We don't even need half of you to hit the thumbs up. We just need to get to 100, man. Would the Monarchs be better than the Kings? Yes. Emphatically. Though, let's see. Let me.
That's not true.
Yeah, even I was trying to think. Would John Wisnett tank? John Wisnett didn't want to tank. Even in the Tina Charles year, he didn't want to tank.
I don't know if we have those, Cole. And at this point, we're getting out of the cold phase. We're not out of it. We're on the other side of it. We're on the other side of the hill.
Yeah.
I think it's gotten as cold as it's going to get out here.
Yeah, I think so too. Odyssey app, twitch.tv, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Of course, 1320 a.m. Shout out to our man, Joe Martinez. Now, that's not other Joe. That's not Mac Jones Joe. That's Joe Martinez. He's actually listening on 1320. I actually don't know if Joe's listening on 1320 a.m. or the Odyssey app, man, but I know he's out there making those deliveries, and he always interacts with the show when he can over there on social media, at Dealing with KC if you want to take part in the conversation, or at ESPN 1320. There's a whole lot of you two idiots don't know what you're talking about flying around today. And hey, we're all for it.
What are you people talking about?
I'm not about tanking. And if you're going to tank, all right, you can tank, but man, you better have
just know what it is.
It better be planned years in the making.
I don't even know.
You better not tank like WWE books matches. Like, you better have this planned out a year in advance.
Yeah, right. I don't even know what people are talking about when they say that, because I don't think neither one of us, at least this year. Last year we weren't for it. Like, it was don't tank. This year, I don't think neither one of us has said don't do it. All I know what I've said is be aware of what you're doing and the ramifications of what you could be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just tanking isn't like, yo, we gonna do this for 2 years and we back. Like, if you think that's the case, you're not being real with yourself. And there are real repercussions, possible repercussions for just saying we're just not going to be good and depend on the draft for the next however many years.
Yeah. Tanking means you're moving on from De'Aaron too.
Yeah.
In the next month.
Yeah. If I'm De'Aaron, like, I didn't get me out of here.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. I don't want no part of this.
I don't even know if I want to be a part of it if I'm Tyrese. Like, after going for 2 years, you're going to tell me go through this for another 2, 3, 4 years? Move on from me now. I'm not here for all that. Maybe.
Then you have to fire Monty. Then you have to really start all over. Like you do. Like, if we get to that point, you know what? Just blow everything. Just move back to Arco. Start everything all over again. Like, this is just all failing.
Arco.
No, Arco 1. Move back to the office building. Move back to the Department of Cultural Affairs or whatever it is out there. Is it across from the giant Coke bottle?
I might go by there tonight. I don't think I know.
Just for nostalgia?
Yeah, I've never been there. Okay. Like, I don't know that I went there when I was younger, but I don't remember that. I'm gonna go by there tonight, and I say tonight.
It don't look like an arena. I'll tell you that.
I say tonight because rarely do I go past Florin Road these days. When working from home and everything, I'll be at the Golden One Center tonight, so maybe I'll take an extra
hop on I-5.
Yeah, and go buy it just to see it. Because who knows when I'm getting out to Natomas again.
Okay. All right. I'm all for it. I haven't
been to Natomas in a minute.
Yeah. It's been a while. I bet I know the last time you were there. You probably came to my house the last time you were there.
Sounds about right.
Came to the old spot.
Sounds about right.
When was that? I've lived here since June, July. I mean, I don't even know. I can't even venture a guess. I know. I think I know. The Nets, Bucks.
Oh yeah, we
watch the end of that game together?
No, it was my anniversary.
That's right.
Morton came by after that.
You ate like a 42-ounce porterhouse or something. Like you like rolled into my house that day.
It was delicious too. I had my steak that wasn't that good, and then Jazz got some. I forgot what she got, but it was bomb. And
how do you have a bad steak? What did you order?
It wasn't flavorful enough, Like, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was bad. Like, I ate it all. Don't get it twisted.
What's your? Of course you did. Then you ate all hers. What's your cut? Like, if you ordered, like, what's the cut of meat that you like?
I mean, typically I go a little filet mignon, go a little Kobe beef.
Okay.
But I think with this one, it was. She's gonna have to text me. Because I forgot because I think I went filet mignon and I didn't. Like I said, it was good. I don't know
how you messed that up.
Messed it up. It just wasn't as flavorful as I wanted it. And then she had whatever steak they have it, and they marinate it for a day or two, and then they put it on the menu or whatever the case may be. And they did it perfect. They did it perfect.
Okay. Kenny, come over there. Kenny, you hungry? Oh, no.
James Tyree says Kenny got the $2 steak.
That's what. No wonder you make all those. No wonder you make all those tougher than the $2 steak references. You had one on your anniversary.
You get those in Vegas.
I get
those
it.
$2 steaks in Vegas.
No, you get those $2 steaks
when you're young.
It's gonna be me.
When you're young and you spend, you get that $2 steak and eggs at about 4:30 a.m.
Well, I ain't gonna act like that didn't happen a time or two. That didn't happen. Brenden Nunes said to join us here at the top of the hour. Wrote about De'Aaron Fox. Actually, wrote about keeping De'Aaron Fox. Very, very odd column to see here in 20. Very reasonable, very measured. And there's a particular line in it that stood out that I really liked, and that's again as we attempt to close the book, because I assure you, and I'm happy to share this on social media. The little sheet that we use to just kind of lay out the show.
Gosh.
Tanking ain't on here nowhere.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Yeah, tanking ain't on this sheet nowhere. But it's managed to dominate the first. I don't even know how we got here. I really don't.
During the commercial.
You sure?
Yeah, because I think it was Steven said something about tanking, and I said, no, I don't know if that's the answer.
Okay.
And then we started talking about it on there, and it rolled over into the show.
Avalanched. By the way, BetQL is giving props free-to-play contest. It starts today, and it runs throughout the pro football postseason. It's easy. Each playoff round, BetQL will post 10 props. The person with the most correct picks each week wins $2,000, and just by signing up, you'll be automatically entered into a random grand prize drawing for $10,000. It doesn't matter what you do with the prop picks. You sign up, you're entered to win $10,000. It's that simple. Go to betql.com/props. betql.com/props. Starting today, you have the opportunity to win $10,000. And then again, betql.com/props. Sign up. You're immediately entered in to win $10,000. So go get that done right now. And I know it's BetQL. It doesn't cost you anything. There's no, hey, put your credit card on hold. Like, no, this isn't gambling. That's why I'm all about it. If this was gambling, hey, not my bag. This is free to play. So I'm all in.
I'm all in either way.
Over it. I know you are, because you're a degenerate. BetQL.com/
break it down.
Props. Indeed. Dun-dun-dun-dun. You want to, before Brandon joins us, and we can get his thoughts on this. Okay, I joke that Kenny wants to get rid of Richan Holmes. I don't think Kenny actually wants to get rid of him. I don't think, only because I don't know, Jesse can attest to this. Miraculously, for like the third day in a row, Richan Holmes came up on the pre-show call. It's like, damn. Brother catching a lot of heat over here from Elk Grove for a dude who hasn't played a game.
Richan, Dr. Holmes, if you guys are listening, I love y'all, man. If we can work out where you guys can stay and the Kings win, man, I'd be one of the happiest guys in the city.
This actually wasn't about trading Richan Holmes, but we kind of were. We just got into a question about what exactly is Monty like trying to accomplish. Like, does he? I heard. Oh, I'll bring this up with James. I was listening to the Kings Beat this morning, latest episode of the Kings Beat, and Sean Cunningham was, the idea is people around town with this perception that Monty McNair isn't doing anything. Yeah, Sean, that's me. I am firmly of the belief that Monty McNair is doing nothing, and we just kind of discussed what Monty has done so far, and then we didn't land on the question of does Kenny want Richan Holmes. We landed on the question, did Monty McNair want Richan Holmes? Like, did he kind of like we started looking at some of the moves that he made, and we were left like, wait, what? So Alex Lynn and Tristan, like, those were like assurances in case Richan didn't come back, but then you got him back. Like, did you not think you were going to get him? Like, were you expecting him to be gone? Like, what exactly was Monty McNair's thinking with Richan Holmes? Because as we looked at the structure of the front court, None of it makes sense.
None of it.
And that's long. I mean, that's long been Bobby Marks, John Hollinger. That's long been the conversation with people who have appeared on this show. Like, y'all got a lot of centers and a lot of guards. You might want to fill out the rest of the positions a little bit better. But like, it's long been a conversation. And we wondered, like, how did we get here? Like, how did we get to the point where all of these guys were on the roster? And the thing that we landed on was Whiny really didn't believe Richan was going to be here.
And then you got to ask yourself the question, did he want him to be here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, did he assume that, we're not gonna get him? He's gonna make more on the open market. We can't afford him, and that sucks because I wanted him here.
Mm-hmm.
Really wanted him here. Really think he's a vital part. Or was it like, we can make do without him? That's good. We'll move on. Alex Lynn. We like Damian Jones. I got this deal for Tristan that's in the works. Like, we'll be straight. And then all of a sudden, the price went right back to exactly where you could afford him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh, well, guess we'll sign him. I guess we'll bring him back and we'll see how this works. Kind of like what he did with Buddy Hield. I guess we'll see how this works.
And you're not talking about signing. You're talking about the failed trade.
Yes.
With Buddy.
Yeah.
With Buddy. You're talking about the failed trade.
Yeah.
Let's bring in our man, Brenden Nunes, the heartbreak kid. Brenden Nunes, of course, of both the Kings Herald and the Sacramento Bee. Let's bring you into the conversation we were just having, Brandon, about Richan Holmes and kind of how this Kings roster got loaded with so many big men. We were trying to pick apart exactly what Monty McNair is doing as a general manager, and it left us asking the question, do you think Monty McNair thought Richan Holmes was going to be back here this year?
It doesn't seem like it. The roster construction around that doesn't make much sense if he did assume that Richan Holmes was going to be back. It doesn't make sense to have Holmes swap out DeLon Wright for, I think if you were looking to swap him because you thought you had too many guards, you would have went and got some sort of wing player. Instead, they went and acquired Tristan Thompson, who hasn't done much on this team, partially because of the depth that they've had. From just reading the surroundings, it doesn't seem like he thought that Holmes was going to be back, which would have made this just look all way worse than it already does, by the way.
Yeah, I'd argue Tristan Thompson's made more headlines than anyone else in a Kings uniform, but that's just
that's a fact.
Me.
But so now I'm asking you to get inside ahead of Monty McNair and get inside of his heart when that's unfair. But do you think he wanted him back?
I mean, I would think that you'd have to want Holmes back, with the impact that he had last year. It was such a massive drop off going from Holmes to the other centers on the roster. And you look at the two most played lineups, Holmes was a major factor in those. I'd be shocked if he didn't want Holmes back. My guess would be that like most of us, I just didn't think Holmes was going to accept the max deal that Sacramento could offer. And that's what ended up happening.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, Damien Barling, Kenny Caraway, along with Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald and the Sacramento Bee. Brenden, you wrote a great piece that appeared in the Sacramento Bee yesterday, and a rare pro De'Aaron Fox article. I love a lot of things. I love a lot of what you said, but there's one thing that particularly stood out to me, and it's this constant conversation we've had this year about De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton. And you had a line in there, and forgive me for paraphrasing a little bit, but it's like good players, great players, they've got to learn how to play together. Like, it's not one guy solo anymore. Like, guys have to learn how to play together, and that's kind of where we've always sat is Fox and Tyrese have to figure this out. Like, what prompted you to write that on De'Aaron?
It really was countering a lot of what I was surprised to see of this whole, like, they have to move on from Fox this year, and just the certainty of that take, I think, is what kind of drove me to that. But, I'm not saying that for sure that Fox and Halliburton work well together, that those guys optimize each other. But I think it's way too early to know and call that when they've played 80 some games together, which I get is an okay sample size. But to me, it's not enough. Like, we didn't think that Tyrese was capable of what he's shown us this year. We've seen games like that one against Atlanta where they're both able to come through. I think that you need to have multiple playmakers. Like, you look at what's going on with Dallas and Luka. They're talking about they need another playmaker alongside Luka. You hear similar things with Trae Young. Like, I think that you need multiple playmakers. And the only way that we know that this pairing works is if you actually take the time to try to complement and build around them and figure out guys that are going to not only complement their strengths, but hide their weaknesses of defense. And we've seen poor defensive backcourts work before. I guess maybe you could say they're outlier circumstances, but if you look at Portland a few years ago, they made it work with lengthy wing defenders, which ironically is Mo Harkless, and then Al-Farouq Aminu. You look at Denver making it work with Jamal Murray and Will Barton because they have Aaron Gordon and Paul Millsap. Like, I just don't think that we can say this duo does not work until you actually try to get surrounding pieces that are going to complement those guys. Like, good players need other good players. If they were to ship off Fox and try to get younger, which I don't hate that idea, you would need another Fox caliber player or better alongside Tyrese, or else Tyrese is looking at a similar situation you've seen with Fox over the last couple of years. So good players need other good players. And it's just crazy to me that right as Fox gets what's probably the best teammate of his career, which is crazy to think about, Tyrese is probably the best teammate Fox has had in his career, that right as he gets that, it's like, all right, now we got to move on.
So let me play devil's advocate just a little bit here. When you bring up teams like Portland is where it really stood out, where I really want to ask this question. But Denver as well, I think they fit the same category of what I'm going to ask. Can Fox and Halliburton be as good as those backcourts? Right now, I'm beyond. I like both. I love both of them. I think they're talented. I don't know if they're going to be as good as Dame and CJ. Like, they're able to get away with that because these are, at one point we're like, this is one of the best backcourts outside of Steph and Clay in the game. Like, they were that good. Can Tyrese and De'Aaron be that good? Not just good, that good.
I mean, I think that they could be, and they need another guy. Like, Portland has Nurkic and Denver has Jokic. I mean, those guys are in different spheres, but those are both borderline all-star caliber talents. When you're talking Nurkic, the low end, and then obviously Jokic is what he is. Mm-hmm. So I think that they need more guys as well, but I think it's too early to say that they can't be. Like, De'Aaron averaged 25 and 7 last year. There's 7 dudes that were 23 or younger to have ever put up that stat line, and it's like Oscar Robertson, Tiny Archibald, Derrick Rose, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, and LeBron James. Like, I think it's easy to forget De'Aaron Fox is a really damn good basketball player, and we've seen what Tyrese has been capable of recently. I don't know, kind of blowing off any sort of ceiling that I potentially had for him, where I think both of those guys are all-star caliber players. So I think that it's possible. Again, I'm not like trying to preach that they will work together, but I just think that they can. It's just going to take surrounding pieces, and it will take one other guy that is a borderline all-star, a little bit below, but like, that's just what the NBA is. And I think that it's too early to trade away one of those guys, when to me, the answer should be getting another one.
Why do you think Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald in Sacramento be with us here on ESPN 1320? Why do you think De'Aaron's been so inconsistent this year?
That's a hard one. I think that, I don't know, the beginning of the year was rough and unexplainable. Like, the beginning of the year was pretty bad for De'Aaron. But I think that coming back from COVID could have affected him. I know the last 2 games he's had that shoulder issue that he's kind of written off, but Gentry, said something along the lines of, well, you've seen him. He didn't look the same as he did in those previous 330 game performances. But I think it's just, it's hard for me to really fault De'Aaron for that, because like, Holmes wasn't giving good effort at the beginning of the year. Freaking Richan Holmes, the guy who is nonstop effort. Harrison Barnes, like I think I get that Fox should be the outlier and the leader of this team that doesn't have this, but every single player has looked deflated, defeated, and it's just like, I don't know how. It's hard for me to expect Fox to be consistent in these sort of circumstances. There's constantly a player on the floor alongside him that defenses do not care about from the perimeter. Chimezie Metu, Marvin Bagley, Maurice Harkless, and then also the big man. He's being asked to like shoulder the load of a offense that's trying to make up for a team that's given up 115 every single night. So kind of went off base from your question there, but I don't exactly know. But it's hard for me to completely fault him when you're seeing it with all these other circumstances. He went through a coaching change this year. I do think there's an aspect of learning how to play with the first player he's ever had that is also another really good passer. Halliburton's the first teammate he's had that's averaged more than 4 assists per game. Like the next guy was the next best passer he had was probably Bogey, and Bogey never hit that 4 per game. Like, I think that's an adjustment. So I think it's just unideal circumstances and then adjusting to Halliburton and a coaching change. And yeah, I get that. Like, I'd prefer obviously that Fox is the leader when it comes to energy and consistency. But at the same time, I don't think that like, because he's not that guy, that he's not worthy of a max contract. Like, there's max guys around the league that are number 2 options.
You think they can turn this season around, Brenden?
I think that they need to. I think that it depends what your definition of that is. Like, I think that they could win the play-in, but I think that it's going to take actually trading away first rounders. Like, they haven't traded away a first round pick since they've drafted Fox. And if you're going to have all this talk about you want to win games, then act like it. I think that they can, but it would take a significant move. Like, Vucevic was acquired for Wendell Carter, and I want to say the matching salary is like Otto Porter and 2 first-round picks. When Porzingis is traded, it's like DeAndre Jordan and Wesley Matthews as the matching contracts, and then Dennis Smith Jr. going into his second year and 2 first-round picks. Like, the Kings have ways to get other really good, talented players on this team. You just have to be willing to trade first-round picks. So if they're willing to do that, which I think at some point you need to try, then I think that they can. Yeah.
Great stuff as always, Brenden. You know, we're big fans, man. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Appreciate you having me on.
HBK, appreciate you, man.
Keep up the good work.
I appreciate you. You too, buddy. That's Brenden Nunes, host of the Kings Pulse podcast. And of course, his tremendous work over at the Kings Herald and the Sacramento Bee as well.
Brendan's a dude that got it out the mud, as I like to say. Like, he grinds, he gets in there, he works his butt off. And I just tried to put myself in his shoes the other day when I'm on my iPad. I'm going through my version of the Sacramento Bee, and I see an article on the front page of the sports page by Brenden Nunes. I bet he was beaming ear to ear, when he those things. That's pretty cool to see, man.
Yeah, I hope so. And he's like, and I think it's okay to say this, like, he's a guy who James Ham thinks very highly of and works with, so to speak. And Brendan's the type of guy who asks a lot of questions. And the more you ask, the more you know. Yes. And I think Brendan's killing it, man. I think he's doing a great job. I always looking for ways to incorporate guys like Brenden into what we're doing at ESPN 1320.
I took a random, maybe one of their quote unquote worst years when they were good, Trailblazers, Dame and CJ. They went 41-41, lost in the first round of the playoffs. That year, 2016, 2017, Dame averaged 27 a night, CJ 23 a night. Nurkic with 15 and 10. So when we talk about the bare minimum, if we have this backcourt, like that's the floor. That's what they're going to have to do tonight. And I don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, that good is a tall ask.
Now remember, that's a 41-41 team. That's not their Western Conference Finals team. 41-41 lost in the first round of the playoffs.
We'll come back. I just want to tell you about something I read this morning. You could take it for a grain of salt. You could take it to mean absolutely nothing. I just read an article this morning. I thought it was interesting. And sometimes when you read stuff like this, given the situation with the Sacramento Kings, it's worth sharing with people.
Oh, I'm interested. I'm
not reporting anything, not saying anything. I'm just sharing with you something that I read.
You're a broadcast journalist.
And we'll do that next here. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world. Handcrafted in Brazil continues on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, Brendan's really polishing up on the radio.
Yeah, man.
He's getting really good.
These dogs have been going crazy on my block for the
Was that your house? Like I thought that was, I wasn't sure if that was you or Brandon.
I don't even know what the hell's going on. First of all, these dogs, it's not like they're next door to me. I think there's 2 houses down. There's one across the street. They've been barking nonstop for the last 2 segments. What the hell's going on? Well, I mean, when you're in the hood, you know.
Oh, stop it. You stop it. Knock it off.
When you're in the trap, that's just what happens.
Cap.
No, I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Dogs be, yeah, I already know. Dogs be dogs. Dogs be barking. Smoothie started barking yesterday for no damn reason while we were talking to somebody. I think we were talking to Jason. She's maybe didn't like Jason's Raider takes. I don't know. Jason I swear like the last 4 weeks, Jason has just been firing, just pop, 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 pop. Like every time he comes on, man, he's killing, man. I think we've become Jason's creative outlet. I think he doesn't have to write as much as he used to. Yeah, keep up the great work, Brandon. We're gonna do more together, Brandon. Oh man, that's real. Leezy, what do you do? Leezy be everywhere. Leezy be in night chat. He be over there in enemy territory. Like Leezy, you just put your earbuds in all day and ride.
Yeah, Leezy be everywhere. You ain't never there.
I guess.
Michael Parsons. I kind of like the way you talking, Michael Parsons. I kind of like the way you talking.
Oh, I didn't see the quote. I didn't see what
Cowboys linebacker Michael Parsons was told the 49ers offense likes to play bully ball. Parsons, quote, "I'm from Harrisburg, where the bullies get bullied. There's a bully in every gym. At one point, it's going to take somebody to stand up and fight. I ain't never back down from a challenge." You feel me? You feel me? That's why I say I like the way you talking. Because how I would have handled that, we'll see on Sunday. We play physical too. We'll see on Sunday. But I'm from Harrisburg, where the bullies get bullied. They already in these boys' heads. They gonna be. I like that quote. I'll just say that. I like that quote. The Larry Hoovers, the Nicky Barnes.
Oh. What's that, Jesse?
What state is that in?
Isn't it Pennsylvania?
I'm going for the South. I'm going to say Alabama.
I think it's Pennsylvania.
I have no idea. Harrisburg. The bad news about
that, he's from Pennsylvania. He went to Penn State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Harrisburg.
I mean, not that you have to go to college in state, but
the bad news about this though, Kyle, is Trent did not practice today.
Yeah.
I don't like that dog.
Yeah, me either. I don't want anybody missing games.
Get ready tomorrow. We getting Drake bars tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you called it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You called it yesterday. We get a whole Drake song if the 49ers beat the Cowboys?
No, Drake. I don't even know if you're getting the 49ers bars. That was organic. I try to keep it for the Kings, but
what's your definition of organic?
Well, I just went out. I flew out and said, "You're getting Drake bars tomorrow."
Okay, I just want to make sure you said it the night before. It's not like 12:20 got here and we're like, you know what? Let's go on and do Drake bars.
The point was, I didn't say at any point if the Niners win, I'm gonna give you Drake bars.
Facts.
Okay. Like, Drake bars coming tomorrow.
Well, it was worth it because we might never get them again if we, like Patrick says, Drake bars tomorrow. 49ers play tonight? Man, that's kind of where we at.
We aside from the Niners, we hadn't had Drake bars in a week and a half. Are we going on a week?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't think I was here the last time we did Drake bars. I think it was that emergency visit I had, and it was Olivia was here.
That was before New Year's.
Olivia, it was December 29th. It was the day I took Smoothie to the bed. It was December 29th.
So the last time
I don't think I've been
together.
I think.
Oh man,
I'd have to look at the calendar, but
how sad is this? No, that was the time. That's just sad. We ain't had regular Drake bars in 2022. It's January 11th. Or is it 12th?
It's 12th.
Come on, man. We ain't had regular Drake bars since then. It was Miami. That's what it was after the Miami game.
Wow. Soren says Bilo and JC in Memphis have gotten a lot of Drake bars lately.
They got the money bag bars.
Man, they own it.
Daily.
They own it. There's an article over on ESPN today. It's about DeMar DeRozan. And it talks about the incredible season that DeMar DeRozan is having with the Chicago Bulls, and it talks about some of his practice habits and all of that. But within that story is a story about his dad, who passed away. I should have jotted it. I think it was like February in 2021. But when you really read through the article, it's not just there's not just a story about his dad. There's a story about how he would often fly from San Antonio to be with his dad. He'd be with his dad a couple hours. He'd take a private plane, hop back on the plane, get back to San Antonio, and Pop and the Spurs would tell him, yo, do whatever you want, man. You be gone as long as you want. Do what you want to do. If you got to stay there, like stay there. Like family's important. Be there. But he chose to kind of fly back and forth and be with his dad and do all that different stuff and be with his family. Come back, be with the team, try to support everybody. I just wanted to point that out. Because sometimes we look at athletes and we look at their performances on the court and we think, oh, this dude's trash. Oh, this dude's this. And we would forget, these people have like lives. They have, wives that they may argue with, or girlfriends. There's not even making a Tristan Thompson joke here. You have situations like DeMar DeRozan with his dad. These people have babies being born in the middle of a pandemic, or I don't know if we're in the middle of it. Hell, maybe we're still at the beginning of it. I have no idea. Point I'm attempting to make is, these dudes have real life problems too.
Right.
We don't see them when they're in uniforms out there on the floor. Sometimes they may affect their play. Sometimes maybe they're not smiling like they used to. Maybe they have things going on that we don't know about. Maybe they have things going on that are none of our damn business. Again,
that's 100% facts, man.
I'm just pointing it out. I read the article this morning and thought, wow, I didn't know this about his dad. I certainly didn't know that he was traveling. Of course, I don't follow the San Antonio Spurs the way that I follow other, the Sacramento Kings, but I feel like that would have been a story somewhere. I didn't see it. I didn't know he was flying back and forth to try to be with his dad as his dad years near the end of his life. Sometimes it's just worth thinking about that stuff. That's it.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely,
it,
man.
That's it.
Absolutely.
So about this tanking thing, I'm just kidding. We'll talk more Kings basketball when James Ham joins us coming up at 2:30. Of course, it's the Kings and the Lakers tonight. LeBron said, I remember when he said this in training camp, but Carmelo, I think he kind of repeated it yesterday, and I just can't help but find this line funny. I know this is the fourth matchup. So that means the Lakers have won 2. There was the triple overtime game. There was the blowout. There was the Bron takeover game the last time we saw these two teams play.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers they're barely above a 500 team. But they keep referring to themselves as the 2020 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I find that so funny because I've watched the Lakers more times than those 4 games. Not a ton, but enough. And I told you my biggest frustration coming out of that game the other night was the game against the Lakers, the last Kings-Lakers game.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest takeaway, the Lakers aren't good. Yo, that team isn't good, man. And I don't know that there was a point during the Bucks championship run where I didn't think they were good. Maybe I didn't think, this team isn't going to the Super Bowl. They're not bad.
Right.
But I don't know that this team's going to the Super Bowl. I look at the Lakers like, yo, this team isn't good. They're gonna have to reconstruct this thing in the next 29, 28 days or so. Because this ain't competing with the Golden State Warriors. Yo, this team might not compete with the Utah Jazz or the Memphis Grizzlies.
No.
But they up here talking about the 2020 Bucks. And I just and I love Melo, love LeBron. I just have to chuckle at that because man, y'all are reaching. Y'all are reaching.
Bad because to your point, team as is, they don't make any deals. No, there's no way they're making a run to the conference finals, let alone an NBA finals and winning it. No, they're not good enough for that. I may even think that they're a little better than maybe what you think they are and other people think they are, but even as good as I think they could be, like their ceiling is not good enough to beat Phoenix or the Warriors.
So. Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm not even sure they could beat Memphis in a playoff series. So even when I look at, like you said, I look at Tampa Bay and I look about what they did last year, I didn't think they were getting to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was going to happen for them to even get to the get to the NFC Championship in some respect. But I wasn't floored by the fact that it happened. Like it was, all right, you got Tom. And when I think about it, like, look at the guys you got on defense. The defensive line start going crazy. You had components where I could see it happen. They didn't really face anybody top notch. Like I could see it. You're going to face somebody top notch if you're the Lakers. It's just simple as that. You're either going to face crying Devin Booker and the Suns, or you're going to face the Warriors. You're not beating those two teams. And I agree with you. You're not beating Utah. You're probably not beating Memphis.
Yeah.
So, as is, no, you have no shot.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they can't beat the Kings tonight.
Means, they can definitely beat the Kings.
It just means like I don't.
They can beat the Kings.
I don't care how many Lakers are in attendance tonight. This is one that I don't see. You mentioned something regarding De'Aaron Fox. You actually said this before the show, and I wanted to visit it before we dive into the 49ers and the Cowboys and on this date that I think you're going to love. I know you're going to love. You've already referenced it like 10 times on the show, in the history of the show. Real quick, I feel like this is a tweet about nothing as I try to glance over it. ESPN sources, agent for Ben Simmons, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul met with Sixers Daryl Morey and Elton Brand to discuss the status of the stalemate today. Stances unchanged, Simmons no closer to playing this season, and Sixers determined to bring back a significant player in trade. Adrian Wojnarowski would have been better off just tweeting, "Hey, nothing to report." But it says, "Whoa!" It looked like it was a tweet that I should read, and no, it's definitely not.
I mean, so I know you just talked about what you just talked about, right? As far as DeMar DeRozan and things going, and maybe there's something larger at play. Mm-hmm. So I'm aware of that, and I'm being with caution when I say this. Now you got a question if the guy even wants to play. Like, how much do you want to play right now? Because you're kind of just good just sitting out the year, to prove a point, or because you don't want to be somewhere, or it's too tough, or whatever. And then I'll say this: there's a lot of good components to him. There are a lot of good components to him. He's not this unplayable scrub, but this is the guy that's supposed to turn around the Kings for some of you people. This guy don't even want to play.
Well, I don't think he wants to play in Philadelphia.
That's more important than him playing. That's clear. Not wanting to play in Philadelphia is more important than him playing, period.
I think that's correct.
And he gonna turn around this franchise that needs the hand of God to turn around. This is the guy that's gonna do it. You want to move heaven and earth for this guy? I can't do that.
No, I think that's where Daryl Morey loses everybody is general managers, and I don't think Monty McNair is willing to move heaven and earth for Ben Simmons. I don't know if Monty McNair is willing to move heaven and earth for anybody, whether it's Siakam or Sabonis or whoever, but I think the collective belief in the league is no one wants to do what Daryl Morey is asking. I'm sorry to say, I'm not mad at Ben Simmons for this, because I think regardless of what I say, your point that you just made is accurate. It's more important it feels like, at least from an outsider's perspective, it's more important for Ben Simmons to not play than to play for Philadelphia. He'd rather just not play than to play for Philadelphia again. That appears to be honest. Even, it's obvious. It was obvious before Adrian Wojnarowski literally just tweeted nothing. Hey, Woj, you're missing your tweet quota today. All right, God damn it, I'll tweet something about Ben Simmons.
He probably does have a tweet quota.
Oh, I gotta imagine that he does. But he's looking at it like, y'all don't want me to come back and help you. Y'all want me to come back just so you have a player to get you through to the offseason. Y'all don't want me in Philadelphia. You don't want me here. The fans don't want me here. The coach doesn't want me here. The team doesn't. You need a body. You know I'm capable of playing defense. You don't want me here long term. You want to keep me here till the offseason because you're hoping that the guys that you really want will tell their current teams that they don't want to be there anymore, and you can move me and my contract somewhere else. I think that's how he feels. Mm-hmm. And he's like, F it. It's not even worth it. What am I going to go back? What am I going to go back for? Help you win? I ain't going to go back and help you win. Screw you guys. You said you can't win with me. So don't win with. So I'm not there anymore. Go win without me. I can't say that I don't entirely understand his position. I feel like with that, I feel like this has gone way too far. And I do think maybe this is just my imagination. I really feel like David Stern would have stepped in like 4 or 5 months ago and said, yo, what the hell are we doing here? What are we doing? And that's not Adam's bag. That's not how he operates. But I feel like, look, you need me to do a trade? I feel like he would have called Daryl Morey. Either you do a trade or I do a trade. You're going to like your trade a lot more than mine. So you got 48 hours. Get something done or I'm going to get something done for you.
God, the clock down like on first 48.
It's going to be like an episode. It's going to be an episode of 24. Doot, 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 doot. And of course, none of that is probably true. But in my mind, that's how I want to believe Adam Silver would handle this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't. like there's a part of me that can understand what you're saying and where Ben Simmons is probably coming from in that situation, but I don't know, man. He's gonna sit out the whole season.
Man, I didn't expect
that's
that.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's tough. And I should point this out. This was actually a question. I had this in my notes yesterday, and I guess we just didn't get to pointing it out. We had mentioned the Tobias Harris, Ben Simmons thing, but I had asked you a few days ago if Monty McNair is calling Daryl Morey and asking about Ben Simmons, like what the hell is he being told? Well, in this article, I think this was Sham's article, the line is Simmons has yet to play this season after informing the 76ers organization, coaches, teammates he's not mentally ready to play. The 76ers have not been fining Simmons as he fulfills team obligations such as training sessions and team meetings, as well as continuing to meet with mental health specialists, sources told Shams. I had asked, like, is he just gone? Is Monty McNair calling Daryl Morey saying, have you seen Ben Simmons? Like, has anybody in the 76ers organization seen Ben Simmons? But if there's truth to this, he's been around the team and he is working out.
Mm-hmm.
If this report is accurate. So that answers a question that I've had for weeks, is if you are trading, like, can you, like, and I'm just using Monty as an example because he's the general manager of the Kings. Can I get a tape? Can you send me like a MP4 of him working out? Like, can I see who he's with? Can I see what he's doing? Is he scrimmaging? Like, send me something. Like, can we do a combine where I know like his height, his weight, and all that stuff? I just think it's fascinating that like this guy is the focal point of the trade deadline and hasn't been seen, since walking off the floor in shame, essentially.
And I'll reiterate this as well with Ben Simmons. If you got the universal deal and maybe even put a pick or two or something in there as well and kept Fox and Halliburton and added him to that, I'd be accepting of that. I'd be way more accepting of that than if you are moving him or you're moving Fox in a deal for him or Halliburton or whatever. Like I'm not feeling that one.
You're probably going to have to explain that further because Kenny Caraway, the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, you're not bringing Ben Simmons here to play the one. You're certainly not bringing him to play the two.
No,
you're moving him down.
Yeah. I think the best spot for him, since he likes to be there anyway, late in games, is at the 4, short corner type of guy. Fox attacks, or you got a roll on a pick and roll. You dump it off to Ben Simmons, and hopefully he goes up to finish it from there, or makes a kick out pass to, I don't know, whoever's shooting 3-pointers, Neemias Ramsey.
Oh my God, does he have the size to play?
By the way, we know it's Neemias. It's a playoff.
Yeah, like I always worry. Like someone's tuning. These guys don't even know their own team's name. Damn it, idiots! I'm turning into Colin Cowherd. Is he the replay? Right, the replay edition of Colin Cowherd. Is he big enough to play the 4?
Yeah, he's like 6'10".
No, I'm not talking about his height.
Like you think about,
is Morgan Reagan? Is he got enough girth?
Yeah, he does. I mean, you think about guys that play that position right now. He could guard him. I say this all the time about the 4 position. It's not Charles Oakley and Anthony Mason no more. You know what I'm saying? It's guys like I don't know, Dorian Finney-Smith is out there playing the 4 sometimes, or Josh Powell, or random guys at the 4. Sure, there'll be nights where it might be a bad matchup per se, but he did that then. Or you get a situation where whoever is playing the 3, maybe he can guard that 4 in a certain situation, and you're hiding them, or if they're spreading out, like I think Covington was playing for the Blazers, like put Fox on Covington and Ben Simmons on Dame or CJ, whoever you want at that time. So that's where he does allow a little bit of flexibility with what he can do, with just his skill set that can help a team out. So, yeah, I think he can.
Most importantly, he can help the team defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's the biggest takeaway from what you just laid out right there. Is most importantly, he could help the team defensively. The De'Aaron Fox thing. God dang it! Just throw this whole show out.
Don't do that, everybody. Don't throw.
No. Me. I'm gonna throw everything we planned out. I wanted to transition to the San Francisco 49ers, and we will, and we'll do it with on this date. One of your favorites on this day.
See, one without the other isn't any good. Oh, I knew he was going to do that. I just knew he was going to do that.
One of Marty Jannetty diving through the barbershop window. Oh my!
Jannetty tried to dive through the window.
Yeah.
What an act of cowardism.
What an act of cowardism.
The great Gorilla Monsoon, Bobby Heenan. That actually wasn't the on this date that I was referencing, though that is one of our.
It's earlier today too. That's funny.
That is one of our favorites in particular there, Marty Jannetty jumping through the barbershop window. With the major tip off was Shawn Michaels in a leather jacket. That was like, oh, okay.
With no shirt.
Yeah, like okay, this is about to go bad. He's got the black leather jacket, no shirt. Pudgy Shawn Michaels too. Chunky face Shawn Michaels.
He didn't
you knew
strings and all that.
Yeah, no color, no bright colors there. Like, oh, this is it. He's
so was Brutus the Barber Beefcake? Was he there to do an intervention? Maybe have them talk it out.
Well, yeah, like that's what you do. The big angles take place on the barbershop and Piper's Pit and the funeral parlor and
now Miz TV
and Miz TV. And I mean, you that's what these talk segments are all about, is to set up the big angles. I'll never forget Piper's Pit. Listen to me what I'm telling to you. I'm challenging you for a world championship match. And he grabs Andre the Giant, grabs Hulk Hogan's shirt and rips it off and pulls the chain off. And Hogan with the little crocodile tear and the blood. And we're friends, Andre, please. Rips it away like, oh man, I remember that. And then the funeral parlor where the Undertaker locked the Ultimate Warrior in the casket and they were trying to get him out with a sledgehammer, which is the funniest visual of all time. That's great stuff, man.
Where was it when Papa Shango had the tar coming down?
That was just Ultimate Warrior standing on a podium with like Sean Mooney or something like that.
Yeah, because I remember he was on a podium. They used to do that back in the day.
You always knew with the Ultimate Warrior when something was up because he wouldn't be dressed normal. So he comes out in the old WWE bomber jacket with his hands in his pockets. So as you know, 9-year-old D'Lo doesn't know what's happening. But 40-year-old D'Lo is like, yo, he's got like some squeegee thing in his pocket. How did I not pick up on this? It was like the time in 1996, he comes out with a hat on. The hell is the Ultimate Warrior doing wearing a hat? It's because Jerry Lawler was about to crack him in the head with a frame. All right. Much smarter in my wrestling observations as I got older. But the on this date that I wanted to point out to you wasn't 30 years ago on the barbershop. I think it was 2013. Colin Kaepernick, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 263 yards, 2 touchdowns in the air. And the 49ers put away the Green Bay Packers 45-31. I know that's one of your all-time favorites.
Man, the last playoff game at Candlestick, little did we know they had a whole nother year left. We didn't know that was going to be the last one. But yeah, I thought we had one there. Like I was like, yo, how Chiefs fans feel about Pat Mahomes, bro. Like that's what I felt about Colin Kaepernick.
Who was it? Was it Ron Jaworski?
Ron Jaworski.
Greatest quarterback. Well, he might be the greatest quarterback we've ever seen.
And look, man.
And I love Cap. I was like, oh, God.
See, so here's the deal.
Wow.
I don't know if it's probably is me being a homer. I'm not saying that's what I thought was going to happen. Take it back to that time. It wasn't It felt like Colin Kaepernick was the evolution of what an NFL quarterback had turned into. Rocket arm, could run, could do everything out there. It felt like that wasn't that insane for Jaworski to say that.
No, he just said it real quick. Like he said it like Cap didn't have a lot under his belt before Jaw said that one.
It was after,
it
was after that season.
That might go on Jaw's tombstone. That might be on the gravestone right there.
It definitely is. No, that's the only thing people remember he ever said. So, but think about that season. He comes in midway.
Yeah.
He beats Brady and Belichick on a Sunday night in New England. He does what he does against the Packers.
Yep.
He wins the NFC Championship game on the road after being down 17. Goes to the Super Bowl. It looked like, he's next.
Yep. Yeah.
He's next.
We'll talk with James Ham at 2:30. We'll get back to the Kings talk with James Ham. We're going to talk with Akash Anavarapu of Niners Nation about this game coming up this weekend. We'll talk about Jimmy. We'll talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Lots ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
No, why I'm so tired.
What's that, Jesse? Oh yeah, no good at all. He's not. He's one of the few guys that people don't even talk about nicely in death. Like he's dead, and everyone was like, "Oh yeah." But now that it's been a few years, they're back to trashing him. It's like, no, he kind of sucked. Like he was kind of a horrible person. But no. By all means, hand out the Warrior Award every year.
Oh, jeez, the Warrior Award. Did you see that video I posted or I retweeted? Somebody sent me, and it was just a compilation of LeBron making Paul Pierce's life a living hell. I was dying watching that thing.
Paul Pierce.
Oh man, poor Paul. The title was, "If I was Paul Pierce, I'd hate LeBron too."
Hit the thumbs up if you're on YouTube, please. Please hit the thumbs up. We've been well over 200 most of the day. If we could get to 200 likes, man, that would be pretty dope. That'd be pretty dope. This is the thing too. I won't say this on the air. I'll just say this for the crew that's here. This is why, like, I disagree a lot with what Matt says. Like, we know that the Kings stink. You know, people still like they. I think they'd still like to talk about them, vent about them, be frustrated about. Maybe they don't want to go watch them. Maybe they have the ability when they start to suck in the third quarter to turn the game off. But I don't think people are indifferent about the Kings.
No, I don't.
I don't think they're just not gonna care.
Yeah, they're always gonna care one way or another. Like they may be pissed off, and like you said, and not want to go or not watch as intently or whatever because they're mad because they care.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna care. What is it looking like tonight? They got some of those tonight.
Huh.
Yeah, that Cleveland, that's a tough sale. They got some tough sales coming up. They got OKC coming down.
That Houston stuff.
That Houston,
those Houston ones. But you know which one?
Only saving grace is Friday and Sunday. But Sunday
ain't it. Yeah, no. Sunday ain't it. Like you're going against the 49ers and the Cowboys.
And they're doing this stupid thing. Well, you may like it, Damien. I don't know why they're doing this 3:00 Sunday start. Especially during football season. If you want to do that after football season, fine.
Yeah.
But they've gone 3:00 Sunday during football season. No, that's not the move.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Shoot, you probably could.
You absolutely can do that.
Sit down there right next to Vivek.
They need seat fillers. Shout out to my man Daryl Roberts. He was courtside on Monday, whatever day that was. Yeah.
Okay.
And Miss Tina Roberts. I saw him out there. Big ups, big ups.
You going tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm sliding out there tonight. Yeah. I'll be there tonight and Friday. Before everything went down, I thought about going Sunday, but I ain't going on Sunday now.
I caught. That's funny. I did think of that. KC said to me, we were talking about Kenny hates the 3:00 start on Sunday. And he goes, they're doing this stupid thing. Well, Damon, you may like it. I don't mind the early start on Sunday. I don't mind the early start on any day. But your main point is, why are you doing this during football season when you could do it after?
Yeah.
And we were talking about the difficulties that the Kings are going to have with tickets coming up in Friday, I think. Yeah, Friday night downtown. Cool. Well, that's fine.
It's not raining finally.
Sunday
we can start. Well, I might go double TV depending on what I got going on. If I got to work on Sunday, then I'll go double TV. If I'm not, I might be out in the streets. But you might be able to count the people.
And that's the thing. The other thing is too, they might also be there, but they're going to be somewhere where they could see the game. They're going to be somewhere where they could see the 49ers and the Cowboys play. So if they're actually going to the arena, they're probably doing it for the food, because they're going to be standing somewhere where that game is going to be playing. Yeah. They're going to be doing it there. They're going to be hanging out there. I am neutral party here. I'm excited for the game Sunday. I'm excited for the not the Rockets Kings. I'm excited for the I'm excited for the Cowboys 49ers. Let's bring in our man Akash Anavarapu of Niners Nation. And this is a conversation I've been meaning to have for about 2 hours, but the whole show just kind of went in a different direction. So let's bring in let's ask our man Akash this. Akash, how old are you?
I am 25.
Okay, perfect. Does the Cowboys-Niners rivalry mean anything to you?
No.
Okay,
no.
I know it.
I've seen a lot of fans talk about it. My parents have been talking about it. But I was born in 1996. And in the 25 years, or the 20 years that I've been watching, the Cowboys and the 49ers, for the most part, have not been very good. And so to me, there's been no rivalry. But I do appreciate that both teams are probably, two of the three biggest NFL brands. So the game itself has a lot of brand power, but I would say it's less of a rivalry to me specifically.
And that's understandable. I know the Niners and the Cowboys. I lived through the one part of the rivalry, right? But I wasn't around in 1980. The rivalry to me is what happened in the 90s. Not that they had a rivalry during the catch or anything. I don't know nothing about that. I just know about the 90s. So I understand that. But, I mean, man, it's one of those things. It's hard to put into words if you did live through it. Damien, was it bigger than Seahawks-Niners? I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Like it was a bigger deal than Seahawks-Niners. And that's why guys like myself, who's 38 years old, like it's a special week, not only the playoffs, but it's special to get this back into the fold, gosh.
I'm sure the NFL was rooting for it. A couple things had to happen last weekend, right? The 49ers had to win, the Seahawks had to win, and all those things kind of fell into place for this matchup. So just like yourself, I'm sure they're thrilled that they have this on Wild Card weekend.
Yeah.
All right, so now that we dealt with the nostalgia part of this, what do you think about the matchup? Like we've discussed a couple of different aspects of this. One thing I'm really excited to see is like the versatility of Debo, the versatility of Michael Parsons. Who do you think has the advantage here with the 49ers and the Cowboys?
I think this is a fantastic matchup for the San Francisco 49ers. I've been saying for weeks now, before they even got into the playoffs, obviously, if there were some teams that they would want to face in the first round, it would either be the Dallas Cowboys or the Arizona Cardinals. And they face the Cowboys this weekend. If you look at 49ers offense versus the Cowboys defense, the Cowboys' strength is up front. Obviously, with Michael Parsons, Randy Gregory and DeMarcus Lawrence. Those three guys are going to cause a lot of problems. And so hopefully you get Trent Williams back, who missed last week with his elbow sprain. But if he's able to go, I think the 49ers can really stress the Cowboys' rushing defense, which is ranked 18th according to DVOA. They give a ton of yards on the outside. Trevon Diggs, one of their standout corners, who's known for his double-digit interceptions, is particularly suspect as a run defender. So I'd expect the 49ers to run to the edge a lot and target him especially in terms of yards after catch allowed. The Cowboys defensive backs have given up over 1,000 yards after the catch this season. And I think that's 31st in the NFL. And obviously the 49ers' strengths with Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle is going to be yards after the catch. So a poor tackling defense isn't, a good recipe for success against this 49ers offense. So I think there's an advantage there. And then, on the other side of the ball, it's going to be up to the 49ers defensive line. That's been this team's MO ever since they've had Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and that's been the case over the last month. It's going to be up to Nick Bosa, Arden Key, Eric Armstead, Sacramento guy. I thought Armstead played lights out on Sunday. He's going to have another big game. And if they're able to keep Dallas in those third and long, I think they can really stress the interior of that offensive line, especially guard Connor Williams and second-year center Tyler Bayad, who have both struggled in pass protection. And I think that's where they can cause some fits. So I think there's some areas to exploit on both sides of the ball. And if you're the 49ers, you should be thrilled with this matchup.
Akash, let me ask you this, because I feel the same way as you. I thought this is a good matchup for the 49ers. More importantly, it's probably a bad matchup for the Cowboys. Not that the Cowboys aren't a great team or one of the top teams in the league. It's just styles make fights in this situation. It's a bad style for them, I think. But I try to think about the other side. And let me ask you, what if you're picking the Cowboys to win this, how do you think they beat the 49ers?
Explosive passing plays down the field. That's been the 49ers' kind of biggest issue this season. I'd say the secondary tends to either give up big plays down the field or they, get called for big penalties down the field. And obviously the Cowboys with Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb are going to threaten that. It's sad that Michael Gallup got hurt towards the end of the season. He's going to miss this matchup, but he's their primary vertical threat. So I'd say that's probably the area that the Cowboys will look to exploit, is that downfield passing attack. And then the other area of weakness for the 49ers is their special teams. Right? We've seen it all season long. Their special teams have given up, kickoff return touchdowns, fake punt touchdowns. Their coverage units in kickoff have not been particularly great. So those are two areas I would say that if you're picking the Cowboys to win, you would definitely want to exploit those areas.
Okay, Akash, let's flip it. How do the 49ers get the win? What do they have to do well?
I think they do what they've been doing as of late. Ever since that loss to Arizona and Colt McCoy, it seems like the 49ers have refound their identity. Elijah Mitchell has really emerged in the second half of the season as one of the better running backs in the league. And I think that's kind of the formula for success on Sunday. You want to run it, 25 to 30 times. You want to really stress the Cowboys defense. You want to keep Jimmy Garoppolo's passing attempts down. You want him to be efficient and, convert anytime you're in the red zone. They're the number one red zone offense in the league. And, I would say that's their recipe on Sunday. And then getting the ball to your playmakers. I mean, Deebo Samuel's having one of the most special seasons for an offensive player that I've seen in the sport. And then you've got George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, who's really come on in the second half of the season. And so I think the 49ers offense, they put up 27 points against the Rams defense, and they were without Trent Williams, and they only had 3 points at halftime. So it's an offense that's explosive. They have the most explosive passing plays in the NFL this season. So I expect that trend to continue. That trend to continue against the Cowboys, and I would say that's their path to victory on Sunday.
I agree, Akash. I look at this 49ers Cowboys matchup, especially on the 49ers offense against the Cowboys defense. Big time playmakers. in Dallas. They make plays, but if you're solid and you just stick with what you're supposed to do and you don't give them opportunities to make those plays, i.e. put the ball on the ground or throwing errant passes for interceptions, I think the 49ers could have their way on offense.
Absolutely agree. I know a lot of people want to talk about Micah Parsons in the season he's having, which has been remarkable for a rookie to transition from being a linebacker to be an edge defender, and then Trevon Diggs with his interceptions. But outside of that, I'd say those, their other linebackers, Leighton Van Der Esch and Keanu Neal, are liabilities in coverage. So I could see George Kittle or Deebo Samuel or Juwan Jennings over the middle exploit that. And then, like I mentioned, their corners have given up a lot of yards after the catch and haven't been particularly good against the run. So these are just areas you could exploit if you're Kyle Shanahan. And I just think there's enough areas where the 49ers have advantages in this matchup that I just like them to win on Sunday. I just think the fact that they're a 6 seed, they're on the road, gives a lot of people hesitancy. But if you just look at the line, they're only 3-point underdogs. And I think that's the closest line out of the 6 games on Wild Card Weekend.
Akash, you talked about the team finding its identity following that loss against Arizona. And one thing Kenny and I have thought is this defense has gotten progressively better as the season has gone along. What have you seen, or what's really stood out to you watching D'Amico Ryan's crew out there the last handful of weeks?
I almost don't want to keep praising D'Amico Ryan's because I feel like he's going to get hired away this offseason. And I'd like for him to stay with the 49ers for at least another year. But he's done a remarkable job I think the entire season. I thought he got unfairly criticized early in the season, especially after that Green Bay Packers loss. And between him and Chris Kaserik, this defensive line has really developed into a monster unit. I think they ended the season with 48 sacks, which is the same number they had in 2019. I know they played an extra game this season, but still, given the talent disparity between the two groups, I thought that's fantastic. Obviously, you have Nick Bosa, but the development of guys like Arden Key, TJ Jones, Samson Ebukam, they've really, really stepped up in the second half of the season. And, they've put Eric Armstead in a position to succeed. He had, I think, 2.5 sacks on Sunday, arguably his best game of the year. So they're kind of back to their roots, where their pass rush has been getting home consistently. Fred Warner has been fantastic. Hopefully they'll get Azeez Al-Shaair back on Sunday, who's been playing well alongside Warner. And in the secondary, I thought, Ambry Thomas's development, he deserves a ton of credit for how he's come along ever since that Bengals game where he made his first start. And, they put him in a lot of spots where he was one-on-one in man coverage against an Odell Beckham Jr. on the outside, and he was making plays. So that only gives you more confidence in his abilities. And, allowing your corners to play in man coverage only, will benefit the pass rush. So I think they've been playing really well, complementary defensive football, and I expect that to continue.
Great to hear from you, Akash. Love the all 22s, man, that you do on Twitter. That's great stuff. And of course, you can check out Akash on the Shanaplan podcast. That is a fantastic name over on Niners Nation. Akash, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Have a good one. All
right. That's Akash Anavarapu. And again, give him a follow if you're a Niners fan on Twitter. Really, really great all 22 videos that he posts with quick little breakdowns. What are you shaking your head about? I feel like you and him are sharing the same brain, by the way. Couldn't help but stumble across this tweet that says, since November, here are the quarterbacks that the Dallas Cowboys have beaten. Matt Ryan, Taysom Hill, Tyler Heineke, Mike Glennon, Gardner Minshew. The more you dig in, the more you start to get fraudulent vibes from the Dallas Cowboys.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
I don't know. Never seen you and Akash in the same room together.
I'll say this. I won't go that far. What Akash said, fraudulent vibes. I'm not gonna say that.
Fraudulent.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that because I think the Cowboys are a good team, but I do believe this is just a bad matchup for them. It's just a bad matchup, and that doesn't mean they can't win. But let me ask you this: I saw Dan Orlovsky the other day, who I don't know why I just laughed. I don't really pay attention to a lot of things he said, but and I don't necessarily agree with this.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
He said he thinks the 49ers, he thinks the Cowboys have to play their A game to beat the 49ers. The 49ers could play their B game and beat the Cowboys. And I think that's a reach.
That's stupid. No.
But I think that's another way of saying I think the 49ers have more ways to win than Dallas.
Well, Orlovsky's a quarterback, right? 0-16 quarterback, but still a quarterback nonetheless. If we're judging on offense, like, is he talking about the 49ers defense can win a game for him, or is he talking about a complete game? That doesn't make sense to me. No, I do not think. Like, what grade would you give the 49ers performance against the Rams?
A B.
Really?
They were non-existent in the first half.
Okay, so it's like they got a C in the first half, or a D in the first half?
F in the first half. And then
but then they got an A in the second half, so you're averaging it out to a B.
They played great.
They play two halves of defense like they played Sunday. It's going to be tough for Dak.
Yeah,
It's going to be tough because I don't think the Cowboys defense can do that. Everybody talks about the big plays Dakota can make, that Rain Dakota Prescott can make. He can. Absolutely. CeeDee Lamb. I still believe there's a smidge of big play ability in Ezekiel Elliott. Maybe the Cowboys defense isn't capable of doing what the 49ers defense did on Sunday. But Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, they're capable of those big plays on the defensive end.
No, for sure.
So you might not get big 3rd and 1. You might not get those long sustained stops, the 3 and outs over and over and over again that we saw that the Cowboys get against the 49ers get against the Rams. But one Jimmy mistake. Jimmy holds the ball too long. Elijah Mitchell tries to cut back and boom. Hello, Mr. Parsons. That's a loss of 12 on 3rd and 2. Like, you have the ability to have big plays on the defensive end. I'm going to let you finish, as Kanye would say. But you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. James Ham coming up in about 20 minutes. Go ahead, KC.
So it's funny you say that because
thank you.
As I have my ear to the streets,
of course,
I want to know what everybody got to say. And down there in Dallas Fort Worth, I think one of the consensus that I got from one of the guys that was talking, because another guy was like, kind of like me, he's like, the Cowboys are going to have to play, like, not necessarily the Parsons and stuff like, but the linebackers, the others for the Cowboys, they're going to have to be on their A game. And if they're not, it could get nasty, right? Like, that's the thing. But the other guy was basically saying Jimmy's going to give you a couple and make him
INTs, a couple mistakes.
INTs, make him beat you. If you do that, you'll be good. And what I got from that is, well, what if he doesn't? If your strategy or your hope is built on, I hope this guy fails and turns it over.
Yeah.
What if he doesn't?
Well, if
he doesn't, you're kind of telling me you don't have a chance. You can't beat them straight up. Jimmy don't turn the ball over.
All of a sudden, yes, they can. The game isn't predicated on
I think they can.
The game can turn in the.
They're talking as if it's on Jimmy.
No, that's dumb. I mean, a lot of the game is on Jimmy. More of the game is on Elijah Mitchell. More of the game is on Kyle Shanahan and figuring out a way that if for some reason that Cowboys defense stifles the run game in the first half, like we saw against the Rams, he figures out a way to get it going in the second half. He figures out a way to get his run game going, to establish points, to take advantage of lengthy drives, to make sure his defense. I might be the exact opposite of Dan Orlovsky. I don't know that either team has a ton of room for mistakes because I don't think either one of them are truly complete. But to say that the 49ers can play a B game and beat the Cowboys, I think is absolute insanity. That's ridiculous to me.
So I don't necessarily agree with that either.
Jimmy Jimmy cannot make a mistake, right? I absolutely believe Jimmy can throw 270, a touchdown, no interceptions, no fumbles, and they still lose. I don't think the whole game sits on whether Jimmy Garoppolo throws an interception or not. Or has a low completion percentage.
If the Niners, I'll put it to you like this. If the Niners run the ball like they did in the second half and Jimmy has that 270, Cowboys ain't winning. I don't care what Dak does. I don't care what Dak does.
Kenny,
Cowboys ain't winning.
Stop it. That's a nice hat. Is that the Homer brand? Take it off and have a conversation with me.
Here's
you're telling me you're saying all things hit on all cylinders for the Cowboys or the 49ers, and you're telling me if things hit on all cylinders for Dak, they can't win?
That's not all cylinders. I said Jimmy threw for 250. 250 is an average.
You said if they run the game. You said if they run the ball.
Yeah. They run the ball like they want. That is not Jimmy throwing for like
that was elite.
300. And it's not out of the realm of what they do. Like that's a regular game. That's not a out of body performance.
Jimmy throwing for 300 is a regular game?
No, what I'm telling, the way the 49ers ran the football, that's not an out of body experience. That's
no, not at all. But they didn't do it in the first half of the last game. The key is like if the Cowboys are able to slow them down, can they close them out? That's what the Rams couldn't do. They couldn't close them out.
I mean, but the whole point is if they start the game running like that, they're not going to have an opportunity to close.
They got to finish the game running like that too. You got to have two halves of what you had in the second half. Because Dak Prescott is not Matt freaking Stafford.
Right.
I don't think Dak's going to give you those opportunities that Matt Stafford gives you.
All right.
Don't make me root for the Cowboys. Don't make me root for the Cowboys.
It's in your blood. It's in your blood. I'm bringing it out.
No, it ain't. No, I saw my godson in here. JT said, Uncle D, you're not rooting for the Cowboys? No. I don't root for the Cowboys no more. But Kenny trying to turn me heel.
I'm gonna say this. One thing that and this doesn't mean that nothing can happen. In the past, I've had a pretty good pulse about this 49ers team and when they go up against people in these playoffs. We'll go back. You guys didn't know me back then, but 2013, I remember they went to Carolina. Carolina had
probably couldn't have handled you back then.
Carolina had beat the 49ers in the regular season, like 10-9, body bag bang, and they couldn't score. Vernon Davis got hurt in that game. Then I had my ear to the street, and they thought the same thing was going to happen again. I said, it's a different team with Vernon. It doesn't mean Carolina's not good. It's a different team. 2 years ago, NFC Championship game, I asked my man Alan Knox, I'm going to have him co-sign this. I told anybody that will listen, I said, the Niners are going to beat the brakes off the Packers. This will not be close. This will not be close. That's how confident I am when I see what's going on. I don't know necessarily what's going on in this game. I don't feel like that. Like they'll beat the brakes off the Cowboys. I'm gonna just say this: if the Niners can run the ball the way they want to, Cowboys are not beaten. I don't care what Dak is doing. If the Niners are running the ball like they did in the second half, or they are pounding that defense into submission, I don't care what Dak does. Dak don't have to be Matt Stafford. He don't have to throw no fit. I don't care what he does. They're not winning.
Here's the one reason that I actually am leaning towards you on that. I think that'll frustrate the Cowboys offense. I think it'll frustrate the Cowboys defense. And I think you'll just have a frustrated football team that will be, if you keep Dak off the field and you keep that offense off the field for 8 game minutes, and you know how long 8 game minutes are and can be in real life, especially if you have 8 minutes going into halftime, if you keep the ball out of that, they're going to come back and they're going to try to get those points back because you got to close out. And that was your whole point. Second half, you got to close out. They're going to try to get him back in one play.
Yeah.
2 plays. The bad part is they're capable. So what you going to do? You're going to send Michael Parsons and that defense back out there to try to stop him again. And that's only going to work so many times. So I don't agree with you, but I see your line of thinking.
You agree with me.
I will not. I absolutely will not. I will go down with the ship.
I didn't want to, we didn't get into yet is, and I hope it doesn't come, well, if the Niners win, I really don't care. But check out this kicker situation. Zerline ain't, I don't have complete confidence in Robbie Gould, and Zerline is worse. Zerline 29 and 35 field goals, 42 of 49 from extra points this year.
By the way, was that your terrible take about moving the extra point back to the 2?
That's
awful.
Great take.
Oh, that's a horrible take. Because it's fun.
It's not fun.
It is.
It's not waste our time.
It is. Oh, it's fun.
Back to the 2-yard line.
Oh, that's dumb. It's added an element of excitement. In James Ham. Yeah, absolutely. Because you never know if they're going to make it or not.
Man, get that thing back to the 2-yard line. I don't need another football play.
Kenny Caraway won the easy way out. James Ham adds a level of excitement to the show when he joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Jesus, dude. Have I hit a break on time yet?
Ain't no 13th round.
All right.
Somebody said it's not that rough. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I couldn't tell you. I didn't like that. I liked it, but that's not what you, it's not what you want to see. It's not what you want to see. Yeah. Where I come from, the bullies get bullied. And the Roddies and the Ramses and the Rob W's, you guys keep wanting to go against the Niners. That's fine. I'm comfortable with that. Because every time you say the Niners ain't gonna do nothing, it works out for me. So hey man. That's all good. I think the Cowboys they're a really good team. I got a mind to say, oh man. I really got a mind to say the winner of this one might go to the Super Bowl. Yeah. Jesse said he's not gonna lie, he's kind of thinking about that too. I think, yeah, Niners are hot. The Cowboys, I think they'd be going to Green Bay too. I don't know, but I like the Cowboys, man. I think the Cowboys are a good team, man. I really do. I really do think it's just a bad matchup for them, and they can overcome it because they are a good team. They can overcome the bad matchup. But me feeling confident in the Niners, I really don't have too much to do with what I think about the Cowboys because I think they're a good team. I think this just is. It's not the matchup. It's not the ideal matchup for him. Yeah. Green Bay. I need to see Green Bay do it. I just need to see them do it. You know what I'm saying? After all that's gone on with them in the Aaron Rodgers era, I need to see them do it before I say they're for sure getting to the Super Bowl. It was a classic. Come from the Nicky Barnes, the Larry Hoovers.
Oh, man. It's awfully quiet in here. What's going on?
I was explaining to them how I said this, Damien. I don't know if we'll touch on it because James Hammond's coming, but I'm not there yet. Not there yet, but I got a little bit of a feeling, and Jesse kind of agrees with me. I almost feel like the winner of this one goes to the Super Bowl. Like me thinking the Niners, I think they're going to beat the Cowboys. It's not an indictment on the Cowboys because I think the Cowboys are good. Like I really do think they're good. I just think it's a bad matchup. And if they were to get past this bad matchup, I could see them going to the Super Bowl for sure. I think they might beat the Packers or Bucks or whoever. Yeah. Simple that. Take care of the football. Let your defensive running game handle it. Make a play here or there. You'll be good. John Bull, you told me the Niners were going 8-9. You also told me the Bears were beating the Niners, and you told me Kyle Shanahan is a bad coach. Calm down.
You know, it's actually South Sac E. We're not. We're going to come here. We're going to air NBA games all day on ESPN 1320. Yeah. Indeed. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. James Ham set to join us coming up here in a few minutes. Talk Kings basketball with him, Kings and the Lakers tonight. Taking a look at these quick hits. We kind of touched on all of them. I don't want that commercial conversation to not make the air.
Oh,
so I'm going to lay out. And I'm going to let you say what you just said on the stream, and I'm going to say nothing at all so no one confuses this. I'm going to let you rock.
Hey, man.
This is Kenny Caraway at IMK Diddy. If you'd like to hit him up, Casey, go ahead.
Hey, look, man. I'm not afraid to say it. You know, it is what it is. You know, I have a feeling I'm not there 100% yet, but I'll bring it to the radio. I got a feeling the winner of this game may be the team that goes to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. Yeah. When I talk about, I think the Niners will beat the Cowboys. I'm a Niners fan, but I also told you guys a week ago how afraid I was of the Rams game. I didn't feel good about it at all. Yeah. So I'll tell you, like, if I'm not feeling good or I think this might be a tough one or a long shot, I don't have that feeling this week, but it's not because the Cowboys aren't a good team. It's more so because I really believe this is a bad matchup for the Cowboys. And the 49ers strengths line up exactly with the Cowboys' weaknesses, I feel like.
And I want to repeat for people who weren't with us yesterday. You think the bad matchup is the fact that the Cowboys they really excel in pass defense.
Mm-hmm.
But the 49ers game is predicated on running the ball. So if you eliminate the best aspect of the Cowboys defense, you've mitigated what they do best on that end, and you've put the ability for the 49ers to win that games literally in the hands of Elijah Mitchell and Deebo Samuel on the run game. And then, of course, the more your run game excels, the more that defense has to be honest in the pass game, and that allows Jimmy Garoppolo to do things that he's comfortable with. Which is why you constantly get mid-game stats and see Jimmy Garoppolo, even though the yardage is never, anything to go crazy over. It's always 13 of 15, 14 of 17. It's something like that.
Right. And this is the thing that I think about with this particular game. And you're going to hear all week about how the 49ers run the football and all this other stuff. And the Cowboys are going to be geared up to stop the run. And that is what I think Kyle Shanahan wants, Jimmy Garoppolo wants, because as soon as them linebackers and everybody say, no, we're going to make sure you don't run the ball, that's where the play action game comes into play. That's where Kittle, Ayuk, Debo down the middle comes in the big plays. That's the whole key to it. Like, so if you're able to stop the run, that's cool. But if you can't stop the run, yes, they'll run on you, but that's also going to open up the play action, which is where the 49ers excel in passing the football. So stopping the run is twofold. Obviously you want to stop what they do best, but if you can't stop that and they're doing what they do best, that also completely unlocks a whole nother aspect of their game that they really rely on. They really rely on that play action game. And I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if the Cowboys can do it. I mean, they're talented enough to do it. They've got the players to do it. But
number one in Kenny Caraway's power rankings at various points.
They were. I told you guys I think they're a good team. All I'm saying is, and Damian, just lay out for just a second. Now, this is all I'm saying to y'all. When I come with the prediction, I'm not afraid.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not. All right.
What is that clip? Who is that? Because who's the lady at the end?
So I didn't know where it came from before I looked it up. I would just always hear it and it would crack me up. So apparently I think it's this guy who was on some kind of trial.
Oh no.
Who was defending himself. Like, because he looks a little wild. It looked like a wild boy. So after he says that, the judge says, "All right, sir, calm down." But he's yelling at the jury and the prosecuting attorney. And real quick, because I got to get this on the board. Let me get it for you one more time here, because this is my fave.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
I think that's one of my new favorites. That's definitely one of my new favorites. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're.
Is it crazy talk that you think one of these two teams could go to the Super Bowl?
No, I kind of set that up and laid out, framing it as I wanted you to hang yourself. When the reality is, I don't have a clue who's going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No clue.
I think it's crazy that people think that take is crazy. There's not another team that you could be like, they're not beating them.
The only thing that I think would be truly surprising is if you said it's this NFC team versus the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There we go.
That's the only thing.
Philadelphia Eagles. No, that's crazy. Eagles are crazy.
An all Pennsylvania Super Bowl would indeed be surprising. Yes.
The Eagles versus the Chiefs. The Eagles versus anybody is great. Eagles ain't.
No, the Eagles moving along would definitely be crazy. That would be crazy. But nothing else. Yeah. Nothing else would surprise me. You talk about the 49ers. You talk about what they're doing. I alluded to this on Sports Sunday last week, the week before, sometime in the last month. I alluded to it. The Raiders are winning dirty football games. Normally playoff games aren't cute. They're not pretty. Like, they're fights.
Yeah.
The Raiders have been winning fights for the last 4 weeks. I'm not predicting the Raiders to come out of the AFC. I'm just putting an exclamation point on, if you told me the Raiders were coming out of the AFC, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I see it. Because they're that team that's playing a certain way. At this time of year, I'm absolutely not out on Derek Carr. I love Josh Jacobs. I could absolutely see them getting the job done. I could see them. They got Cincinnati this week.
Oh,
I can see it.
I love what they're doing on the defensive line. Max Crosby's a beast.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got playmakers. They got guys that are going to bring it every time. So I gotta say, and I know I've taken shots at the Eagles. I just really don't think they're good at all, and I feel the same way about the Steelers. Aside from those two teams, I mean, I think everybody's fair game.
If the Steelers go to the Super Bowl, Mike Tomlin is the greatest coach that ever existed.
Oh,
he's better than Bill Belichick. He's better.
Yeah.
He's dragging corpses to the Super Bowl at this point. Ben Roethlisberger, you know what's funny? It's not funny, and I don't have to apologize for this. I'm not a fan of Ben Roethlisberger for a variety of reasons. But like Ben ain't announced his retirement. Ben hasn't said he's retiring. It's been that this is Ben Roethlisberger's last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ain't nobody said that about Russell Wilson, but we've put Russell Wilson on 10 different teams. Ain't nobody said that about Derek Carr. We've put him on 10 different teams. We know this is Jimmy Garoppolo's last year in San Francisco. We've put him on 10 different teams. We ain't seen Deshaun Watson in a year. We've got him on 10 different teams. Ain't nobody going, Ben Roethlisberger would be really good on ... Everybody knows it's over. Everybody knows it's over for Ben Roethlisberger.
Been sitting there looking at people talk about the quarterback carousel in the offseason. Why ain't nobody mentioning me? I didn't say I was retiring. No. We retired you.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You go. Never mind. Just go. Just go. That's all you got to do. Let's get Big Al in here real quick before James Ham joins us. Big Al, what's happening?
Real quick, we'll talk football because I just jumped on after a little golf today. So,
nice.
The 49ers. So you're telling me, and you're the expert. You take a look, go back. I'm trying to remember the games. But let's just assume. You're saying the 49ers beat Dallas. Okay, I'll give you that. Beat Dallas. But you really believe if things fold the way that Green Bay, they're going to go to Green Bay in potential -5 or 10 degrees with that great run game. I give you that. But have you seen Jimmy G perform excellent football in really bad, horrible conditions? I say no. I have not. I have not.
You know who I have seen play bad football in really bad conditions? Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
When the game mattered. Hey, Aaron Rodgers doesn't get nearly enough crap for being a regular season MVP regularly who doesn't get to the Super Bowl. Wouldn't that be something that you'd murder an NBA player for that?
Bro, he ain't got to the Super Bowl with multiple 13-3s. He had a 15-1. But no. Sorry. It's the defense.
That's what it is. Of course, it's not his fault. As we bring in our good buddy 1320 Kings insider James Ham, who's telling us to hold on. James Ham was not ready to join us, but that's okay. We'll be ready when James Ham is ready.
He might be about to break some news.
Oh my! Well, I was gonna mention this. I don't think this is what James Ham would be breaking, but I'd prefer if he's got news to break, he breaks it here on D-Lo and KC. Brian Windhurst just tweeted Dame Lillard is planning to have surgery in the near future to address a lingering abdominal injury. The procedure isn't expected to be season-ending, but that is yet to be determined. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that yet to be determined part is we're going to decide if Dame Lillard comes back when we find out where the Portland Trailblazers are when he feels better.
Yeah.
Ham, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I was having audio issues, so I had to bump back in.
I thought the trade had gone down. I thought you got a text and the trade had gone down. Damn.
Nice. Yeah.
It's never going to happen, is it? This is it. It's February. I don't know if I don't know if it's February 11th, but February 11th, Alvin Gentry's marching out Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield, isn't he? It's February 12th versus the Washington Wizards in the nation's capital.
It's Queen Bee's birthday.
Yeah, I think okay. So the trade deadline is February 10th, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we're looking at that. Yeah. You know what? Look. At some point, you got to make some deal. And you don't make a deal to make a deal. We already talked about this. You make a deal because you're just not good enough, and so that's what we're hoping that we see between now and February 10th. I just wrote. It's getting weird with Philadelphia. What exactly does Philadelphia want? What do they not want? Where are they going as a franchise? So now, we're hearing reports that they want a team, specifically the Hawks or the Kings, to take back Tobias Harris and any Ben Simmons deal. And I got to be honest, that's fine as long as I'm not giving up Fox or Halliburton.
Well, Tobias Harris turned up injured today. Right after that report came out, Tobias Harris.
Yeah, where exactly am I going? Hang on, let me make sure the shoulder. How does the shoulder feel? Yeah, it feels much worse if I'm going to sack. I mean, I don't know. Look, the Kings have to be aggressive, and for my money, if you're going to have an opportunity to to play it with the big boys here, you got to swing for the fences. And I'm just not giving up my two guys. I'm not giving up Halliburton. I'm not giving up Fox. If I'm taking on what amounts to $150 million in payroll over the next 2 seasons, not including this season, and then an additional $40 million after that in Ben Simmons in the third year of his deal after this season. So that's a lot of money if you're giving up all of your core to get there, because what are you going to do once you take on all that money? You're going to have to do something, and you can't sign players. You can't bring anyone in. You're basically locking yourself in. So yeah, I'm listening. I'm willing to give up a couple of picks, willing to give up Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield. And I think there's even a potential for Marvin Bagley to get swapped to Portland, and like you could throw Robert Covington into that deal, and it all would make a lot of sense. Those 3 players with a couple of firsts, and take back Tobias and Ben Simmons and run forward.
I like Tobias Harris. I feel like I thought King's Twitter was down on that report, but I'm good with that.
Yeah. So Tobias is like a slight upgrade over Harrison Barnes, but at more than twice the money. I mean, the money for him is absolutely crazy. So you're paying, it's almost $80 million left on his contract. And that's just a ton of cash. So, I mean, you've got to be cautious about making that trade, because realistically, you can't give up so much that you have no flexibility moving forward. Because if you're already giving up a couple of firsts, sure, you got Simmons in the deal as well. But I think it's a high price to pay for Simmons, but it's a price that, as far as like for me, I would be willing to pay. And the salary cap is going up to 119 million next year, which means the luxury tax is going up to like 145. I did the math. If you made that deal, you could still stay under the luxury tax next season with the current players that you have under roster. And then after that, you're going to have to make some tough decisions down the road. But I think you can maneuver with that group.
James, help me out here, because the media is unfairly categorizing me as somebody that wants Richan Holmes out of here. And this is why I don't talk to the media. This is why I don't like the media, because they twisted my words around. Did not say that.
That's what I heard.
But help me out here with this one, because number one, I feel like if I don't want to give up Fox or Halliburton, if I want to get something of some type of impact, unfortunately, because I do want him around, I feel like Richan Holmes is going to be somebody that you have to look at as a potential trade guy. Then I came with the possible revelation of, we talk about Monty not being active and not doing anything. Is there a possibility that he's waiting for January 15th? We all thought it was what was the day?
December
15th.
Yeah, we all thought it was that. He could be waiting for January 15th, and maybe that's one of the moves he's looking to make.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything is off the table. I mean, that's where we're at, right? And let's be honest. I mean, Richan Holmes' value is not super high as a player for this season, because he's already missed 16 games. His value is that you signed him to a 4-year deal that's very, very team friendly. To be honest, I would keep him just because he is so team friendly. And if I'm trading him, I'm taking back a first-round pick. So again, this is where we get to that point. If you are going to trade Richan Holmes, then you should also be packaging Harrison Barnes, and like Harrison Barnes should go, and you should get rid of a bunch of your veterans at that point, and just say, hey, look, we're going to take back a bunch of first-round picks, and we're going to start to play for this year's Kings first-round pick. And that's kind of who we are now. We're going to start over, do a soft or a hard reboot during the summer, build around Halliburton, maybe Fox, and really just like break this thing open. I don't think that's a horrible idea. It's why I keep telling you guys, either go all in or sell. And you can't do what's in the middle, because what's in the middle is more the same, and it's more of the bad basketball that we're watching. You have to do something drastic one way or another, and I don't see any middle ground. But then again, maybe they do try to wait until after after the season. And at that point, again, I've said this repeatedly, who are you letting make that decision if you wait till after the season? Because 2 years of inactivity, 2 off seasons, 2 trade deadlines, that's ample time to change a roster that is clearly broken. It's ample time. And, I don't know how you just keep running the same thing out there.
Ham, if you go that route and you sell, aren't you, obviously you're done this year. Aren't you done next year?
Well,
like, aren't you done for a while? Like this, like
yeah.
you're this is a long road ahead. This isn't like, okay, we're going to be better next year. Like it's over. Like we're packing it up for the next, at the very least, year and a half. I mean, probably longer, but at least year and a half.
No, you're talking 2 or 3 seasons. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, that's what you're doing. And so that's where it's so difficult, because we're watching the arena empty out. Like, you can't just keep being bad and that being like the status quo. So, but at a certain point, you got to understand that your core isn't good enough, and that you can't keep running the same guys out there and expecting something different. So that could mean that you have to change directions completely and try for something different, and let someone else have a turn at trying that something different, as opposed to, when you did this once before, it was Vlade. You did it once before. I think, Pete had some draft picks as well. But at this point, I really do hope that they do something, because the inactivity is just crazy to me.
Yeah. So you think somebody like Richan packaging, because that to me that seems like a lot. Packaging Holmes and Barnes is only going to get you like some picks. That's not going to get you back anybody. Like I don't think it could be to this team or whatever, but I'm higher, I guess, on Cam Reddish than other people, and not necessarily as a guarantee, but as the type of prospect that you take a chance on that could develop into one of your top players. Like, you get something like that. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily selling. That's a risk. That's a gamble you may hit and end up being a better team with. Like now, not 2-3 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime Reddish gets an opportunity, he plays pretty well. He's also surrounded by a bunch of professional, NBA players. I think if you took him on, it would be like a low risk, high reward situation. I wouldn't think that it's anything other than that. Like to like really think that guy is going to come in and on a good team be anything more than a number 4 or 5, and that even to me is a stretch at this point. That would be generous. Now there's potential that he could jump up and be something much better, but none of that is guaranteed. And so if you're making a move like that, like, it's Cam Reddish to match salaries and some other guys to match salaries, and then a bunch of picks and then picks, because he's not in the same ballpark as Harrison Barnes at this point. And that's a team that already has salary cap issues and stuff like that. So like what we talked about, like Cam Reddish and Gallinari for, say, Harrison Barnes and Tristan Thompson, the Kings need a first round pick in that Gallinari's shot, and he's guaranteed at $5 million next year, and you're buying him out. He's not part of the future. He's not playing out that last year of his contract, where Harrison Barnes is under contract next year at $18 million, but he's playing 35 minutes a game. So you're making another team better. We're talking about
in a position they need.
Yeah, substantially helping another team, and you taking a flyer on a young player and a pick. And so I think that's a risk. But at this point, like, that can't be like your end all be all. Like, and I don't mean packaging, like taking Holmes and Barnes and going out and getting one player. I mean, if you're gonna trade Holmes, you better also trade Harrison Barnes. Like, it doesn't have to be the same deal.
Try and trade him first.
Yeah, I mean, that's like taking a substantial step back and saying, look, we're done, and we're just going to try something different here, and we're going to completely shatter our core and go different direction. If you're going to do that, you got to trade those 2 guys, and you got to trade Buddy Hield. You got to find someone to take Buddy Hield. Yeah, and then you start over. Yeah, well, yeah, but then you start over, right? So, like, and I would hope that in that scenario that they don't trade Fox as well. But, these guys are in a tough spot. It's not just the playoff thing that's ticking over their head. it's an empty building, it's everything, it's all starting to come to a head. Like you really hope that it wouldn't, and
an empty building that may get emptier. We'll explain what that means after the recent episode of the Kings Beat podcast. We'll talk about that. Plus, some good news already, and it's only Wednesday. Good news for 49er fans. Good news for Kenny Caraway. We'll explain what we just found out here as D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues with James Ham here on ESPN 1320. All right.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. You're coming in low again. I don't know what the problem is. Like I couldn't hear you at all earlier.
Me?
Yeah. Like you started to fade there on my end, so I'm not sure what's happening. But
I'm not sure. I'll turn my volume up a little bit.
I can also try to turn my volume. No, my volume's at 92, so it shouldn't be that.
Volume up a little bit. Maybe that'll help.
Shouldn't be my FB. It's pretty basic. All right. Well, hopefully we figure it out.
I'll do the show like this, James.
Even that, like, cut in and out.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So it was loud, and then it wasn't. Then it was loud. Yeah.
No, that sounds like an internet problem. That's no good. Let me.
Now you are a little bit cutting in and out.
Let me try something, James. Okay. Entertain everybody. Hang on.
I'm entertaining people. Let's see. Let's go through the chat here. What core? Yeah, you do still have a core. I know the core isn't very good, but at this point, you do still have a core. Oh, now Damian's in a different position.
I gotta move everything back. Did that help at all?
Yes, that did help.
Okay. All right.
I believe that helped. So
hopefully it did. We've dealt with enough work at home problems that you could legit just say, dude, I didn't hear anything you said, and Kenny can repeat it.
Sweet. Yeah, like that's why I ducked out, because like right away I could hear you really faint in the beginning, and then when he went to talk, I couldn't hear anything at all. So I'm like, yeah. Hey, Terrence, you're the great King Queta. I'm all in.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. That's on the list to talk about.
Yeah. Yes, and Bob Hatchie, if you see me on the street, you can't ask for a selfie. You just have to make sure it's me, because if not, that's awkward. I told you I got a new puppy, right?
Oh, you didn't? No.
Oh, we got a baby corgi.
Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it. That's awesome.
She's running around here somewhere. She's trouble.
So how many you have? Is that 3 or 2? 3.
3. So we have the corgi, we have the pug, and then we have a big golden.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, we picked her up on Sunday. Yeah, it was such a bad day that I started tweeting out puppy pics on.
It was good stuff.
Yeah, Damian Lillard will undergo surgery on Thursday for his abdominal injury and will be sidelined indefinitely. Yeah, they're basically shutting him down for most of, if not the whole season.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything I'm hearing is they're going.
I feel like you sneaky had that like 3 days ago, where you're like, they're going to try to shut Dame Lillard down.
Yeah, they're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, they're like, again, I think I've heard some rumors of, the Kings and Portland in some swap conversation. Yeah, some player swaps, just because
I like Covington.
Yeah,
I do like Covington,
but he's not.
But I like Covington as a player, like a move. Okay, tune up the roster. Covington is good. I just need to see more.
Yeah, and they're over the cap by a little bit. So by moving off of Covington and say a swap for someone around that price range, but who's a little bit less, they'll slide under the luxury tax. From what I know, they're like super close to the luxury tax, within like less than $1 million of the luxury tax. So, yeah,
I think more than anything that like solidifies, if everything we've heard about Daryl Morey is true, Ben Simmons isn't getting traded this year.
I don't know. We'll see.
He's just gonna sit it out and wait and see if he can get Dame Lillard in the offseason.
Yeah, but I don't think Dame is going anywhere.
I don't think so either.
No, I think their plan is to build around those guys.
Plural, as in CJ?
No, build around Dame, but Dame and Simmons and Little.
Yeah.
They love Little, so I wouldn't be surprised to see CJ go. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And Nurkic is not part of their plan moving forward. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go. I would get in on Larry Nance. I like Larry Nance. He would fit the Kings, what they do. But not a great shooter. So yeah, lots of moving pieces that I think the league is in for like a wild ride here, but we always think that and then nothing happens.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And the Blazers are not moving away from Simmons. Simons.
Hang on.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, if you're on Odyssey, you're on 1320 AM. It's a great place to be. We love that you're listening, but sometimes you just might want to go back later in the evening and catch up on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 because we get some newsworthy nuggets there during the commercial breaks as we were talking about the news that Dame Lillard is going to be shut down indefinitely with an abdominal surgery coming up on Thursday. James will dive into that and what it may mean for Portland. I do want to mention this because I mentioned it before the break. Trent Williams did not practice today for the San Francisco 49ers, but that does not matter. Trent Williams says he is playing on Sunday, despite the fact that he did not practice. I think we kind of felt that all along, though I was really surprised that he didn't play on Sunday, which is an indication that elbow strain, I think they called it, is probably a little bit more a little bit worse than they originally imagined. But Trent Williams did not practice today, but he told folks at ESPN he gonna play on Sunday. Take that arm up, do what you got to do. Trent Williams gonna play on Sunday.
You see the smile. You see the smile. Everybody on the YouTube, you see the smile, man, because we need Trent Williams, though, and Parsons and Gregory, all these guys, Lawrence, like we need him, and he's gonna beat him. I love the 49ers team. I love this 49ers team, the 2021 team. I love these guys.
You're crazy. I would love them if they would have signed any defensive back other than Josh Norman. But outside of that,
nobody out there.
They're going to be
Richard Sherman.
They're going to be limited. Yeah, but they should have gone and attacked that position during the offseason. They knew they had a weakness, and then it just got worse and worse and worse. And you gotta spend high picks on those guys. You got to go out and be aggressive. And I would, I think that's the flaw to this 49ers team. It's a passing league, and you got a bunch of guys that can put pressure on the ball up front, but you just don't have the defensive backfield to keep up with a lot of these teams.
It's a little cap, James. It's a little cap. Little cap.
That means it's a lie, James.
I think the secondary. I've been saying it. I've been saying it since about week 3. Secondary is better than people give him credit for. That's a top 10 passing defense in the game. Emmanuel Mosley is a starting cornerback in this league. And the other side, you're figuring out.
Yeah, but I don't want to figure that out against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Okay, Super Bowl.
I'd still like CeeDee Lamb, Dakota Prescott. We'll see what happens.
Some bad boys.
I'm not going to diminish Amari Cooper either. So the
I like Cedric
secondary. I'm kind of in the middle of both of you. I think the secondary has, like I expected them to be, especially after some things we saw, was an absolute disaster. They've been less than that. The front has been really, really, really good, and I think that's helped kind of position this 49ers defense. So it's going to be a great game on Sunday. We're obviously looking forward to it. I do want to get to the news that we just got on Portland, but since we're talking about the 49ers and the Cowboys, Sunday at 1:30, the business of basketball over on the Kings Beat podcast, James Ham and Sean Cunningham brought up, I don't know what the Golden One Center is going to look like on Sunday when it's the Rockets versus the Sacramento Kings at the same time the 49ers and the Cowboys are playing in a wild card playoff game.
Yeah, that's a bad break. But then again, I mean, I'm kind of one of those people that say, in this world, you make your own luck. and they've made their own luck for sure. And so they don't have a chance to compete. I mean, you're still going to get, well, I mean, maybe you get 5, maybe you get 6,000 fans there. I mean, that's tough. But
you thought the number the other night was 5, right?
What? Yeah, no, I think that the other night, maybe 65, 70, 7,000 fans, like the number 12,000 that was put out there. Not even close. I mean, and I know that one game this season, it was 8,200 that came through the turnstiles, and that's with them giving away like thousands of tickets. Yeah, like they have a problem. They have a huge problem, and that's why I keep saying, like, you have to make a splash, and it can't just be like, not to disrespect you, Kenny. It can't just be Cam Reddish. That's not going to move any needle outside of you. You will keep showing up and like, hey, or you might start showing up. You might start buying tickets and going to a game to go see Cam Reddish, but like, it's got to be something bigger than that, or tear it down, because you're not gonna be able to sell seats anyways. You know, and I don't even, you need to push for the playoffs, but it can't be like this backing up. You know, it can't have like the beep, beep, beep the entire time that's drowning out what's happening on the court, you know?
Well, and with that though, you've got to, like, if you bring in somebody back, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Not you, just the Kings. But you can't say, and I don't know if they're saying this, but if you want something big, you have to move Fox or Halliburton. Like, but if you don't, it's Harrison, Holmes, and it's probably your first rounder or a first rounder like next year, and that'll get you. So we've established that, but then that'll get you. I don't know, because I don't know who's available.
I'm taking, like, if I'm a team that's looking to rebuild at all, the Kings are one of the first teams I'm going to for draft picks. If you think you can get draft picks out of the Kings, it's going to cost you. You know, it's going to cost you like core pieces to get draft picks from the Kings, because they're just so valuable. I mean, the Kings have missed playoffs 15 consecutive seasons. Like, they're always in the top 10. What of the last, since 2006, how many times have they been below pick number 10? I can remember Jason Thompson was like number 12. Halliburton was number 12. I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm about to say it might be it.
I think that's it. Everything else is 9 or lower. You know, Spencer Hawes, I think, was 10, right? Yeah, and everything
Kings
else
legend.
Kings legend, Spencer Hawes. Everything else is below. So, like, this is a team, if you're going to go get draft capital, it's even if you can turn it this summer before the Kings do anything else to improve or do anything to the roster. That's why I think with Philadelphia, it makes so much sense. You go out and you get the Kings' first round pick for this coming year, or for 2023 as well. Now you start using that with Buddy Hield's expiring contract, with other things, to go get the player that you actually want, because that's a ton of draft capital. And you know, that's why if the Kings are going to do that, if they're going to give up their picks, they've got to get gold back. They've got to get difference makers that are between 24 and 27 and under contract for 3 to 4 years. That's what you have to do. That's why the only reason I would possibly give up picks is for a guy like Ben Simmons, who's 25 years old, or for who's under contract for 3 more years after this year, or Domantas Sabonis, who's, I think, 25, 26, but also under contract for another 3 years. You know, these are the guys that I would chase. I would chase big names like that, because that's how you build something better, by cashing in your chips now for a future, for, you know, what can help you now and make you a better team. And I still don't know if you can get there.
Wow. That was just a late kick in the groin. Like, that might not even be good enough. Jeez.
No, I mean, I think even with Simmons, if you look at Simmons, like, he hasn't played in 7 months.
Sure. No, I got you.
You're looking at like a couple of weeks. It's not, he's not going to pop up and like all of a sudden be the difference maker, like on Friday, if you trade for him today. Like, he's going to need time for sure. And, you know, if not, do a bunch of smaller moves. Do a bunch of smaller moves that clear out the veterans, that, like, you know, that chip away at your core and change things around, that bring in picks and bring in a couple of young players.
Real quick, Damien, I'm going to say this, though. The smaller move, this is kind of like where we're at with with these guys, because in theory I understand what you're saying as far as these guys aren't moving the needle. It's not working. It's not going to get you nowhere. These guys that we're getting rid of, they're for sure not getting you anywhere. The Kings are like falling with these guys. There's almost nowhere to go but up. You know what I mean? So if you did move a Barnes and Holmes for Reddish, Outcast, speaker box love below, can't get no lower. Like you almost are forced to go up. You know what I mean? So like by not that these guys are Buddy and Bagley, but it's almost an addition by subtraction because this group is just so dead. They're so done. Like you get some new blood in here, some new energy, and that might lift things up.
I think there is addition by subtraction on this team, but it's not Barnes or Holmes. And so, like, again, if I'm trading Harrison Barnes, I want value. He's under contract for another year at $18 million. Is actually, like, dollar amount wise, he's actually a budget price for next season for someone else who can take advantage of what he brings to the table. Like, again, we talk about Tobias Harris. He's a notch below Tobias, but not a substantial notch below Tobias. And he's half price, like literally half the price of Tobias Harris. So that's a player that people would want. I mean, Boston came after him hard last year, but, you know, again, they were throwing all kinds of junk out there, trying to get him, you know, just not very good picks. I've got to, if I'm going to trade him, it's got to be to a team that can take advantage of his skills the next 2 years and are willing to give up something. You know, like, I don't know that Harrison Barnes is the piece that puts the Memphis Grizzlies over the top, but I do know he makes the Memphis Grizzlies a better team. And, you know, I think there are teams like that are sitting at that range where they're like, look, we need a really, really solid NBA top 5 rotation, maybe top 4 rotation player. Harrison Barnes still fits that mold for a lot of teams around the league. I think he makes the Atlanta Hawks a better team. You know, like, there are a lot of teams around the league that look at him and say, okay, like, I'm down with Harrison Barnes for 2 years at, you know, he's making, I think, 20 this year and 18 next year. That doesn't, you're not giving him up for nothing. And so again, I just don't, there are additions by subtraction. He's just not one of them. And Holmes certainly isn't one of them.
Right.
Holmes is just having a really bad luck year, and you hope that it gets better.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC along with 1320 Kings insider James Ham here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Since we're talking about trades, I feel like Sean Cunningham was addressing me on the latest edition of the Kings Beat podcast, because Sean Cunningham said there are people in the city of Sacramento who believe Monty McNair is sitting around doing nothing. Now, again, Sean Cunningham didn't address me by name, but he's very clearly talking about me because that's exactly how I feel. I'm curious to get your thoughts. What do you think is happening inside the walls of the Sacramento Kings front office personnel right now?
I think they have a giant, like, set of whiteboards, and they're writing all over the place, and they're making phone calls nonstop, and they're trying to get something done. I do not think that they're just sitting around, but at the same time, they have so many things weighing against them. They have a meddlesome owner who allegedly has given them, you know, all of the
green light.
Yeah, the green light to go trade whoever they want. We all know that that's not actually the case. Like, when it really comes down to it, you're still going to have to get approval. They have an arena that's emptying out. They have a team that's, even though they're not good at all, it's only a game and a half out of the 10th seed. So you still have that thing just sitting there that if you hit that, then you're the guy who cracked the nut in Sacramento. And so I think that there's a lot going up against these guys. Are you taking a step forward? Or are you taking a step back? Do you think that Halliburton is ready to take over and you can move De'Aaron Fox? These are all, like, tremendously franchise altering decisions. If you trade De'Aaron Fox and this team dies on the vine, and you get back, let's say you try to get value for Fox, not picks, but value, and you're going out and getting players for him, and those players don't work, and you don't make the playoffs this season, and it doesn't look like you're some shoe-in for next year, then you're not going to be around. And you also left you hamstrung a franchise on the way out the door. Oh, sorry, we gave up your best player who's 24 years old and averaged 25-7 last year. We just gave him away, even though he's under contract for another 4 seasons. He's gone now, and so am I, but, good luck with that. So I think you have all of these things. Again, I keep talking about trading draft picks. If I'm trading draft picks, then I'm swinging for the fences. And it's not just a deal that impacts this year. It's a deal that impacts next year, the year after that. And that's, again, we keep coming back to Ben Simmons. That's why I think the Kings keep coming back to Ben Simmons. And even if you got to take on Tobias Harris is a really good player. He's an upgrade. He's paid an obscene amount of money for what he is and who he is. But if you can still fit it under your salary cap, then you might as well do it if you're getting Simmons back, because that's a core piece that could change things for years to come. That could elevate you not from, an 11, 12 to a 10 or a 9 seed. That's a move that next year makes you look like a 6 seed, and you're a team that opposing teams should be worried about. And so I think that's what you're looking at here. Do you let Monty McNair swing? Do you let him trade away your 24-year-old? Do you what is it that you're going to allow him to do? Because the impact of it will be felt literally for years. There's a good chance it could be felt for a long, long time. You could not find another player like De'Aaron Fox in the next 5 drafts. You could not get a player that's that good. And you can't guarantee that Tyrese Halliburton is that good. You can't. He still averages 13 points a game. So, what are you swinging with? How exactly are you going to fix this thing? And do you have the pieces to the puzzle to put together now, to put it together this summer? How much is it going to cost you? This is all high stakes poker here. And we'll see how he handles it. He hasn't been in this situation before. And now, because he was inactive before, the heat is only hotter at this point. He's feeling it.
As he should. I mean, I talked about this all summer long. Damian did as well. This is what we're seeing right now as a fan base, the people that follow the team, that report on the team, is unacceptable. And it's not an easy job, and there's a lot of things that goes on, and it takes 2 to tango or whatever. But we're not trying to hear that. We're fair or not, we're not trying to hear that. You should feel the pressure if you're Monty McNair. I want to go back to something that we talked about a little bit with Richan Holmes, and I brought it up talking about was he waiting for January 15th maybe to move on from him, even if he's not really looking to move on from him per se. Me and Damian got into the conversation earlier. Do you think he was kind of caught off guard that Richan Holmes was back on this roster this season? Did he expect him to be gone and maybe prepared and started to plan things for him to be gone? And the fact that he came back kind of fell in his lap, and he hasn't adjusted to that yet.
Okay. So yeah, they did not know that Holmes would be back at all. They were worried he would not be back, but that doesn't mean that they did things that were outlandish. I think the DeLon Wright trade for Tristan Thompson, it looks so bad now, but if you lost Holmes, would it really? Because you could have used Tristan Thompson for 20 minutes a game this season if you lost Holmes. And the fact that he's not playing is more a function of the other players you have who play more like Holmes or are gigantic, tall people, big body people. I think that there is a very, I know I had conversations with him specifically. They weren't sure. The reason why they made the deal for Tristan Thompson was specifically because they thought there's a good chance they were going to lose Holmes. The fact that they kept Holmes is just crazy. It's one of the biggest anomalies I've seen in free agency. Robert Williams got more money than Richan Holmes. I mean, there are a lot of players who got more money. Even Jared Allen got twice as much as Richan Holmes. He's not twice as good. That's just not the case. And again, I'm just reading the chat while we go along, and people say, hey, why are you so high on Fox? Fox has never won anything. The best player Fox has ever played with is Harrison Barnes. That's it. It's the best player he's ever played with. If somehow you were to make a move with Philadelphia and you brought in Ben Simmons and Tobias Harris, those would be the best 2 players he's ever played with. So, like, the reason why some players don't succeed is because you don't put the right pieces around them. Instead of bringing back even an Alex Len, you sign a Hassan Whiteside who just stands in the key and destroys everything. Like, these are moves that matter. You know, instead of having a Bogdan Bogdanovic for him to pass to, you go into a whole season without a player like that at all, without a 5-tool player to put next to him. And so that's why I don't understand how anyone, including Monty McNair, would consider trading a dude who just turned 24 is under contract for another 4 seasons and who averaged 25 and 7. You fix what your problem is as a team, and you put the pieces around him to support him, and he'll be just fine.
You were talking about Richan Holmes. You made you mentioned Tristan Thompson not playing because of the other guys kind of at that position who are big bodies who are playing with Richan Holmes out. So let's stick there. Let's talk about Neemias Queta, the newest favorite Sacramento King out there in the universe. What did you think of Queta's first major minutes in the NBA a couple of nights ago?
Yeah, I absolutely love him. Yeah, I think he is going to be a big time player. And I don't mean that as in he's going to be an all-star, but big body, soft hands. Like, is it just me, or did he step on the court and he already understood defense better than any of their other bigs?
Felt like it.
Is it just me? Did he set a better pick than any other big on their team? Like, how does that happen? How does a kid pop up and all of a sudden he can do everything that you needed, you know, all of these other guys to do? He can do it. And, you know, I don't know. I think we haven't even seen his jumper yet. He's got a pretty 18-foot jumper. I've watched him shoot and hit from the corner, just super smooth. He can block shots. We didn't see him block a lot of shots in this game, but he's adjusting to playing against not only NBA talent, but a team with 3 legitimate 7-footers. I think that he probably is the future of the Kings at the center position. Probably not next season. I think he'll probably split time next season, but the year after that, you're going to see him taking a much bigger step. He's a guy you can run the ball through. And I don't think that the Kings have had that in a long time, since Cousins probably, where you had a big man that you could actually run the ball through. And I like what they're trying to do with him, where they're giving him a taste and then they're putting him in the G League and they're letting him completely succeed at the G League level, build his confidence, keep his body in shape, but then bring him up and keep giving him little tastes at a time so he can start to realize what he needs to work on and how he can get better. And I think he's going to be a rotational player. I think he's going to be very, very solid. And he needs this summer to really, really define his body, because we even saw it. He went up for a block against a smaller player on a fast break and almost hurt himself in the game against Cleveland on Monday. And he needs just another summer to tighten it up with a professional training staff. And I'll say this too, like if Tristan Thompson is on this team on February 10th, he's not going to be there February 12th or February 13th. Like, he's a big time buyout candidate at this point, because let's get to the second half of the season. If you're not truly in it, then it's time for Damian Jones. It's time for, you spent money on Alex Len. It's time for Queta it's time for you to start looking and start figuring out what you have in these guys. And that's usually when you do it after the All-Star break. Once you figure out what you're going into the second half with, now, is there a reason for him to be here? And could you maybe get him to take $1 million or $2 million less so he can go and play for a playoff team and get some money back? And I think that the Kings will consider that, they will definitely consider that in the second half of the season. He was brought in as an insurance policy. You haven't used him really as that insurance policy. And then you're probably going to cash that insurance policy in here anytime.
Yeah. Sorry, Kenny. All I got out of that was Tristan's going to be cutting time for Valentine's Day. Just everybody take note. Tristan.
or he's going to be bought out in time for Valentine's Day. You know, he's got money to spend.
Hey now. Hey now.
You know, but also like
Valentine's Day.
The Kings are going to shop him heavily, right? Like he's going to be shopped heavily between now and
I would think that expiring contract's probably pretty valuable for somebody.
Yeah, $9.5 million expiring contract and a big man who can step in, who knows how to play on. So if you're a playoff team and he's part of a bigger package, like you would take him and say, okay, look, if something happens to our center, or if we need someone to play some spot minutes, you know, then you've got him sitting there, and you know that he's a good, solid locker room guy. Players like him. They listen to his voice. He's got some, you know, championship experience and stuff like that. And this isn't like, it's not a jab on him. I'm just saying you got five centers on this roster. He's the odd man out after if he isn't moved. And, you know, for that matter, I wouldn't even be shocked if Tristan Thompson and Alex Len were both moved at the deadline. If you can move Len, he's got another $4 million left on the contract, I think, for next year. But, you know, you clearly at this point are moving a different direction from those guys. And if Holmes was here, you know, one or two of those guys wouldn't be in the rotation at all.
What's the well, first of all, we good, Dame?
Yeah, I'm done making Tristan Thompson jokes. Yeah.
I didn't mean that. I mean, we go with the clock.
Oh, yeah, we go. We ride. Go ahead.
Good. What's the deal with Terrence Davis? Is it simply because they want him to play and he's not in a consistent rotation here, or is there something more to that?
I'll be honest with you. I totally heard that in Jerry Seinfeld's voice. What is the deal with Terrence Davis? Yeah, that maybe you probably have no idea who Jerry Seinfeld is.
My bad. I absolutely know something. No, I haven't watched the show too many times. I can say that. Like I said, it comes on. I see it. I know the relevance of it. I know how people love it. Yeah. I ain't sat down and watched it, but that's just me.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I before I watch Friends, though.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, every once in a while, I got to get my jab in. Yeah. So I like Terrence is in a tough spot. He's in a spot where we talk about this all the time, where he is a mistake player, and the mistakes he made the other night, that's some next level, like Don Piano stuff, like from Sesame Street, where you're just banging your head on the piano, screaming. Like the foul, the turnovers, everything. He's totally rusty. So the Kings sent him down to the G League yesterday to just get a practice in. Him and Richan both went to the G League just to get a practice in. They'll be back today. Terrence he missed a ton of time. Like, so between COVID and then, you know, he came back, but he was coming back off an ankle injury during the COVID, and then he played for a couple of games, but then he was out of the rotation one game, and then the ankles started hurting him. And so next thing you know, he missed 2.5 weeks or something. He's just really rusty. And I think, again, if there's a way for the Kings to trade Buddy Hield at the deadline, it opens up the spot for him to be the microwave, for Terrence Davis to be the microwave for this team. Mm-hmm. As of right now, there just isn't enough balls to go around. You know what I mean? There's not enough shots. There's not enough usage rate. There's not enough anything to go around. And I liked him as a starting three. I thought that the Kings were really exciting and good during that small stretch. They went away from it. They've gone back to conventional bigs because they're not rebounding well enough. And so I don't know, like, he's under contract for another year. If he was traded at the deadline, I wouldn't just be completely shocked at all. That would be something that, you know, if you can get some value for him, you would. Again, nothing is off the table here in Sacramento, but at the same time, like, there just isn't a space for a fifth guard right now on this team. And even finding minutes for Davion, if he's not playing extremely well, is becoming less and less. Like, if you're going to try to win games, Alvin Gentry doesn't need to go to 11 or 12 guys. He actually needs to shrink down to like 7 or 8 guys and try to win a couple of games. And he hasn't done that yet, but there could come a point where he has no other choice. He's tried everything else. He's tried to go deep into the bench, and that doesn't help either. So, I think Terrence is a victim of the situation, and the fact that the 3-guard set just didn't work. It didn't work at all. And so that means that guys like him and Buddy and Davion are fighting for scraps behind Ty and De'Aaron. And that's not a place you'd want to be, because both those guys are 30 to 35 minute a game guys.
You I think I know the answer. Do you think Rashawn goes tonight?
No, I think he's out.
He's out.
I think, to be honest with you, I hadn't checked the latest injury report. But last time I did, he was doubtful as of yesterday. But I believe that he's listed as out for tonight. That could change. But I think the thing that I remember seeing was he was listed as out on G League assignment. And I know that that's not the case. Like he will be brought back off a G League assignment.
Yeah,
so,
he's out. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that meant he was, and obviously we know he's out of health and safety protocols.
Yeah.
I figured it was a slight chance he'd go tonight. More likely he'd go Friday, but no, he's out. You're right. Yep.
And Damian Jones is still out. And so, and Tristan Thompson's questionable with the quad injury. I think it's very possible that we're going to see more Nemi tonight.
I guess it might be worth noting Damian Jones is the last of the health and safety protocol outs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for now, I think we're up to.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
Now.
I mean, really, that's the way we're looking. Omicron is trying to burn itself out, but it's already gone through 10 Kings players, right? We were down to like 7 players. We were trying to figure this out the other night. Who are the 7? And you get lost in it, but it's like Buddy, Ty, Harrison. Those guys haven't had it at this point. Jemias, Robert.
It's amazing. Buddy just
can't.
Buddy just avoids it. Just good to go. Nothing to see here.
Even
Incredible.
if he did get it, he probably just blew right through it.
That is an amazing thing about him. He does not miss basketball games.
No, he doesn't. Yeah. So I mean. It's an anomaly. He doesn't miss. That's one good thing about Buddy. He works really, really hard. People and people should know I don't dislike Buddy Hield. I actually think he's a fun dude. He's actually always been, solid to me behind the scenes. But that doesn't mean that I don't think the Kings would be better with him on a different team. I think they would be. And anyway,
I don't think anybody dislikes Buddy Hield. I really believe that. Like I haven't had a long conversation with him, but I've talked to him on a couple of occasions. Super pleasant, super nice. You know what I mean? Funny dude when I'm in the locker room. I don't think anybody dislikes Buddy Hield. He's a good human being. He's a good I think he's a good basketball player. Yeah. I don't think he's a good basketball player for this team at all. At all. He's bad for this team and this franchise. That's not his fault or anything like that, but he's bad for this team and this franchise.
I think his personality can wear on you. Like I know that like previous coaches have said that, because he can't calm down in specific situations, and he stresses people out a little bit because it's constant. Like he doesn't stop talking, and so he does wear you out a little bit. But that doesn't mean they dislike him. They just, it's hard to be around someone all the time. As much as these guys are around each other, and everyone has their little idiosyncrasies that wear you out. I think it is. I mean, I'm sure you guys, there are things that you guys do that wear on each other, and then every once in a while you have like a little scene behind the scene where you're like, hey, you gotta stop doing this. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't, but like
we don't even do it behind the scenes. We just do it on the radio.
yeah.
Content, well, I mean, baby, content.
Yeah, that is content. Yeah, like
I got a problem with you, and we're gonna address it on the show.
Yeah,
that's right. I usually sit in my seat here, waiting for Sean for like 30-35 minutes. Like there's an occasion when he's late, which is tough. Like every time, but it's okay. I love him and I love doing the pod with him and all that stuff. But we all have our things that we do.
My best friend is late for everything, and it's like it's just a bit now. It's maddening.
My mother-in-law's always late. always an hour late.
Let's bring a commercial conversation to the air here. As we got alerted while we've been talking, we've addressed it. Dame Lillard's out indefinitely. Chris Haynes at Yahoo Sports says he'll be reevaluated in 6 to 8 weeks. So he's not even getting looked at again for another damn near 2 months. And you, without saying this, kind of said it a couple of days ago, in that you think that the Blazers were going to try to shut Lillard down for the season and go to work and see what they could do with that roster and change some things. What do you think the impact is of Dame Lillard being out on Portland now?
Well, I don't know. They just waxed the Kings.
Sure did.
They beat them by like 15, right?
But Dame Lillard had 31, right? Wasn't that Dame that had 31?
No. It was the one guy that you knew would be shooting threes, who you gave up 7 makes to. Look, when you give a young player like Simmons a chance, I think he's really talented. We've seen him trash the Kings in the past. He's very, very talented. He's just been hiding behind 2 guards for a long time. And it's not even like I think the Terrence Davis thing. He's like a mini CJ or a mini Dame. And I think he can really, really get on a heater here and be good. And, they clearly want to play for a draft pick. And that's why I think you're going to see them clear out almost all their veterans, just like, a couple other teams. They want to play for a draft pick. They want to take a step back. There's no question. But they don't want to take a step back that they can't recover from. So I do.
They want to take a step back, but the Kings won't let them.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the horrible thing. And we even talked to Sean and I talked about this. I was really hard on Ty.
You really were.
Gentry.
You were very aggressive.
And on Damian Lillard. I mean on Alvin Gentry on Sunday, right? And Sean and I got in this discussion on the pod about. He said you were angry. And I'm like, you know what, man? You just went up against a team that just didn't even try. They didn't want to, you just got beat by a team that's trying to lose. And you had almost your whole team outside of Richan Holmes and Damian Jones. But, that's just unacceptable. Show up. And so did I come across as harsh? Maybe a little bit. But at the same time, that's where we are now. You don't get Sacramento media's, even Harrison Barnes said, we're lucky to have you guys as our media group. You guys are, you're a bunch of nice guys. And it's yeah, we're nice guys. But at this point, you have to be held accountable for the fact that in game 42, you quit. Game 42 is not the game to quit. Game 68, game 72, that's fine. If you're not going to make the playoffs, I'm fine seeing that and seeing you get replaced with young players for the rest of the season. That's okay. Game 42, that to me is disrespectful. And it wasn't just disrespectful to Kings fans watching at home. It was disrespectful to media members. That's disrespectful to not show up for your job and just cash it in. That to me, so at this point, we have no choice but to hold them accountable and to be blunt in certain situations. And then, in other situations, ask questions that elicit a different response. That's where we're at. And, I don't like being in this position, but that's why I also said on the pod, this is the most disappointing Kings team I've ever covered because they shouldn't be this bad. That's, you could say this team can't be a 6 seed. This team isn't a contender. You can say a lot of things. This team should not be this bad, Sean always says, well, they're about a 500 team. That's what we expected. No, now they're 11 games under 500. That is a cellar dweller lottery team. And by the way, you're not even good at losing. So you're not even going to get to a point where you're a top 3. And this is what, a 4 or 5 man draft at most. Tough.
Tragic.
Hammer, you got to get on the road. Because you get to do it all again tonight. You get to do it all again tonight. Be a subscriber, a premium subscriber over at thekingsbeat.com and the fantastic Kings Beat newsletter. Of course, you can check out the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Our man James Ham will come back. We'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers tonight when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. clear.
Sweet. Everything good with you guys?
Yeah, it was great. I think you caught Ty off guard with that question. He kind of like paused and was like, yeah, I don't know.
No, he was like, yeah, you're right. That
is what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you listen to the pod, Sean actually went and asked Ty about it on Monday because I was in the media room doing other things and he went out on the court. Ty came over and he said, hey, were you okay with that question? He said, absolutely. He's like, good. We deserve that question at this point. Like, I thought it, yeah. So, yep. I thought it was interesting, but you know, I wasn't so much.
He answered. I mean, he tried to answer.
Yeah, I wasn't so much angry as I was just like put off. You know, like we're supposed to remain stoic, but at a certain point, like
it was trash.
You're gonna get what you deserve, and it is what it is. Like I don't want to be the guy who's the only one there roasting you, but somebody has to. Like if you don't feel it, if you don't think that your fans are just disgusted, then you're not paying attention at all. Because they are. And I mean, there's nothing worse than looking out and seeing an empty building. Like this is worse than watching cardboard cutouts because I just like the people who are paying the money are sitting next to people who are getting tickets for nothing and they're angry and they don't want to be season ticket holders anymore. Yeah. And I get that. And then some of the people there, I mean, like they're showing up in like strange other team jerseys, and so we saw like a Goran Dragic Miami Heat jersey and they weren't playing the Heat and Goran Dragic isn't on that team anymore. Like that's where we're at. It's like the whole crowd is randos and they're like, hey, let's do the shoe cam. All right, let's look at a bunch of people's feet up on the seat in front of them that's empty. That makes sense. Let's pan to section 220 who just won. You know, everyone wins a new car. They pan up there. There's not a soul there. You're like, they just gave away 3 cars. Like they don't give away cars, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's where we're at. It's horrible. So go to a game, people. Go to a game.
There you go. Yeah. Go to a game. Drive safe, Ham. Thanks, buddy.
See you guys.
All right. James Ham. Whoa, Ham. I had to close the chat because Rich almost made me laugh. I saw Rich put a message up. I said, my wife is always late. It drives me crazy. And because I know Rich and his significant other, I had to laugh. like, hey, buddy, you knew what you were getting yourself into there, pal.
Welcome.
Well, yep. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, Joe Decker. Joe will be there tonight. It's good stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm a be there, man. I think, you know, it also comes down to that's crazy. Ramsey, by the way, that's wild. But I don't know, guys like myself, man, I like going to the games, man. You know what I'm saying? I like going to the games, and I don't want to say I don't care. I hope the Kings win, but
I really do. I actually do want to go tonight, but I can't go tonight. I got to sit out a couple more. I might go next week. Smoothie's getting a visitor next week, so I might sneak off. We'll see. What you think, baby? A little bit longer. A little bit longer. Yeah, that's a good call, Tyler. That's a good call
for sure.
Oh, there we go, Joe. That's what's up, man. Love to see it.
Yeah,
love to see it. That green and gold.
Big ups to my man Aceberg Slim. He got his joint. His joint came in.
Nice.
His D-Lo and KC hoodie, man.
That's awesome. We appreciate everybody who's purchased hoodies. Cole says I don't like them, but I extended the 30% sale for Cole last night. So I think the 30% sale, I think it goes till Friday. Get your D-Lo and KC merchandise over at DLoandKC.com. That's what we were talking about right before the break ended. DLoandKC.com. All of the great merchandise over there. We are D-Lo and KC, presented by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We need to hit up Dave Garcia. We need a hoodie modeled after the McQueen logo.
I like that idea.
That'd be tough because McQueen and the Violet Fog is a lot of letters. D'Lo and KC is not. So Dave Garcia Designs. You're gonna or Donnie Dope ones are gonna have to get creative with this one. But yeah, we need to get something that honors our folks over, because we got Luke Belair, but we got to get something from McQueen.
Yeah, we got to figure that one out. We got to figure that one out. McQueen
got a Monarchs hoodie that's just crazy legit that you got to go see.
Seen that. Shout out to Dave Garcia Designs on that one. Bodied it.
Roddy, I see you with your smart ass messages there in the chat. We see you. Keep them coming. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Nolan says, I'm loyal to the core with the Kings, but man, this is rough watching lately. Was so excited at the beginning of the year and another letdown. Nolan, I feel you. I had to chuckle, dude, because when I'm running out of room in this house, in this studio, to put all of the L's that I took with this team this year.
Man.
Remember when they were losing close games and they were competitive, and we were so proud of that. And we started looking around the conference and saying, it's not far-fetched that this team could be in the 7th, 8th range. And if they really hit a rhythm, they could be a playoff team. Like, a lot of things would have to break right for them to be a playoff team. But we might not be talking about squeaking into the play-in at 10. We might be talking about, a solidified playing spot of like 7 or 8. You imagine if Jesse saved that and ran that back now, how stupid we'd sound? Goodness gracious.
They've embarrassed us all in a number of different ways. It is what it is. They may not like it. They may not think it's too hard. Oh, you don't know what it takes. Man, whatever. We've been riding for these guys for the last 12 months. You know what I mean? And talking about what they could be and what we hope they can be.
L.
And that's all we've been taking.
Taking L's.
That's all we've been taking. And now they're out here 11 games under 500. The Pelicans, who we laughed at for at least a month and a half, told them they were done. Griff is out of here, all this other stuff. They just passed them last night after Brandon Ingram's game winner.
Yeah.
I mean, and I blame everybody, but I don't know who to blame. Like,
I blame myself.
You got Monty McNair. Don't blame yourself.
I blame myself for believing.
You got Monty McNair still trotting out this team every night, and then you got this team still going out here doing the same things, being as soft as they want to be every single night, losing to, once again, TT told us, James Ham told us, team that don't even want to win.
Yeah.
Portland don't even want to win. You got, not only did you lose, you got worked by them boys. It's nasty. It's nasty, man.
Yeah, and it's the games like Portland that get sprinkled in that makes the games like Cleveland. You lose a close one to Cleveland after getting blown out by Portland. Like, I can't really feel good about that. And I was talking to I had my ear to the streets. I was talking to my best friend I was talking to my best friend who's from Cleveland, and still loves his Cleveland Cavaliers. He was at the game. He was telling me yesterday, he was like, yeah, Cleveland's energy was awful. Like, they looked like they weren't even trying. And I couldn't help but chuckle, because the only thing that we could praise coming out of that game for the Sacramento Kings was the fact that we thought they tried. And I don't know that any of us stopped to think for a second that maybe it only appeared they were trying because Cleveland wasn't.
So they were both not trying together.
Like, there's a very real possibility that neither team was invested in the game, and Sacramento only looked like they were because it wasn't nearly as bad as what we saw against Portland when Portland came out there to try to get themselves a dub.
I wonder, how do I say this? I wonder if, like, if there's guys are there just kind of waiting to be traded. Like, does this almost feel like the trade deadline on steroids? Because you know how people always talk about the week or two in front of trade deadline is stressful for the players. They don't know who's coming or going. They don't know if they're being traded. Is this just, like I said, the trade deadline on steroids? Like, they've all been
like waiting. They're all waiting.
Yeah, let's just say Fox and Halliburton aren't going anywhere, but they're waiting for these other guys to leave. Buddy and Bagley are waiting.
Well, that's funny.
And everybody's just sitting there either on edge or just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
That's fascinating. I read this article on, I think it was Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. He was talking about, Jesse, you'll be interested in this. He was talking about Brian Flores and how he laid out like different reasons that he ultimately thought Brian Flores was fired. And none of it, of course, had anything to do with his coaching ability. But there was a note in there about Tua and how Tua, like, it was very vocal in the Dolphins organization that the owner, even though he didn't say it publicly because he's a coward, wanted Deshaun Watson. Like, that was very public and very known. He wants Deshaun Watson. They asked Tua Tagovailoa to be a captain, and he said, no, like, I don't want to be a captain. And then some dude comes in here, and I'm not even the starting quarterback anymore. So he said no. And he had that feeling the whole season because it was an open secret that organization wanted Deshaun Watson there. The trade deadline passes. Guess what happens?
They take off.
He starts playing better. So there could absolutely be a, as you put, a trade deadline on steroids here and maybe it's not the anxiety of, am I going to be out of Sacramento? I don't think any of these guys have any anxiety about being Sacramento. It's, I don't care. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get 14 threes up tonight. I don't care. I'm Marvin Bagley. I don't know when they're gonna give me the ball again. I'm gonna get 9 shots in 9 minutes. I'm gonna do it. I'm not invested in this team, and I am just it's a prison sentence that I'm just waiting out. I'm gonna serve my time here in Sacramento, and at some point, hopefully, before February 10th, I will be released and can go somewhere else. Do something else. I'm out of jail.
And it sucks that that's the way that it could possibly be for guys like that, because not only does the team suffer, I mean, they're losing or whatever the case may be, but we talked about the fans. They're left with guys that don't care, that aren't invested, and that's just a terrible feeling. That's just a terrible feeling as a fan, like to know that you ultimately care than a lot more. You care more than a lot of the guys on that team.
And that's a tough digest when you're a sports fan. Like, I care more than the person on the floor. I'm more and you're more invested in the team than someone who's in uniform.
Right.
Than someone who's, out there, competing, and that you're paying your money to see, or you're, paying your money. Everybody has that option to do on their own. Like, we're investing time at home. We have those options to walk away, but we're invested in this team. We invest our time, we invest our money, we do all of that. And it's tough when you walk away from those games going, damn, I was more invested than they were. That's tough. That's tough. That's no good for no one. That's no good for no one. And now you have, I guess, a rival coming into town in which their fan base is going to very likely NWO the arena tonight. Like, if LeBron James grabbed the microphone and said, hey, yo, did y'all come here to see the Sacramento Kings? Or did you come here to see the Los Angeles Lakers? Yeah. Talk about an old reference right there. That's for wrestling fans, 97, 98, 99. Like, you remember that. You remember the old surveys. If LeBron James conducted a survey at the Golden One Center, he'd get the same response Scott Hall got when he asked if they were here to see the NWO.
Kings got to shut him up.
Kings need a Diamond Dallas Page to come in here and hit a diamond cutter on everybody. That's what they need.
They need a Sting.
That's what they need. They need Sting to drop from the rafters and beat the NWO with a baseball bat. That's what they need. But I don't know that they got it. Tyrese would get all these references. That's what makes this great. Tyrese Halliburton. If I were to equate Tyrese Halliburton, I think is the DDP. But we need DDP was great. Yeah. He'd hit the diamond cutter on it. We need Sting. We need Sting to come in and beat up the NWO.
Did they have anybody else that was fighting NWO?
I really think it was just DDP. I don't think it was anybody else. Yeah, that's it. So and Sting, they told a long storyline. I don't know who De'Aaron is.
Fox is
he's Road Dogg. I think he's Road Dogg. I don't know who he is, man.
Fox but Tony Schiavone, that's who he is.
Well, I mean, you know what? Maybe okay. Let's bring the story full circle. Remember, it was WCW. They thought Sting turned on him. They thought the regular kind of semi-surfer Sting with the bright colors turned on him, right?
Yeah.
This is De'Aaron's moment.
He's earlier Sting.
Let's go. De'Aaron can turn into Crow Sting right now. This is De'Aaron's moment to turn into Crow Sting.
Damian Russo out here. I see.
Let's book it. Like, he's been quiet. He's been inconsistent. This is the moment where he comes out with the Crow face paint. This is the moment where he comes out with the baseball bat and starts unloading on everybody. This is De'Aaron's moment.
It starts tonight.
To be Crow Sting.
It starts tonight. I
just talked myself into it. This is happening.
Yes.
Kings are beating the Lakers tonight.
I can't.
And De'Aaron becomes Sting. Somebody cut this clip and send it to Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese is DDP, and how old is Tyrese? Would that even work?
No, Tyrese
that's close.
Tyrese, he don't know about DDP or the 49ers and Cowboys.
He would have had to have watched the WWE Network.
Oh, no. We need to talk to Mr. Halliburton tomorrow. We need to talk to Mr. Halliburton tomorrow.
He's a Cowboy fan. That's right.
And I told him I was going to talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Jesse. You got that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I told him, Barry Horowitz, once again, I told Mr. Halliburton I was going to talk to him because it was going to happen.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Yeah, we got. Let's get Mr. I forgot Mr. Halliburton is a Cowboys fan. That's right. That's right. Mr. Halliburton is a Cowboys fan.
We got to talk. But Tyrese, he don't know about this angle and 49ers Cowboys.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk to Mr. Halliburton. I think Mr. Halliburton's a wrestling fan too. Wasn't he at SummerSlam with Tyrese?
I think so.
The two of them.
So. Yeah. So we'll
tell this whole story tomorrow.
Hey, guys, what do you call my son? DDP.
DDP. Bang. We need Crow Sting, and as we approach the trade deadline, if we could land a Goldberg.
Oh man.
If we could land a Goldberg,
it's Cam Reddish.
Cam Reddish is not. Cam Reddish.
Any of you people think Ben Simmons is Goldberg? Ben Simmons is more disco inferno than he is Goldberg.
Oh, come on. Jesse said Goldberg is Julius Randle. Okay. I take that.
I do like
that. I take that. Yeah, that's not happening though.
You know, when James was talking, he talked about a guy that you can sell Kings picks to, maybe looking to rebuild or start over or whatever. It does kind of sound like the Toronto Raptors. You may be able to sell the Raptors on the idea of they may be looking to kind of start over. Pascal Siakam is a guy that, maybe they can move on for because they have Scotty Barnes, and you can entice them with the fact that we'll give you a top 5 protected pick in this year's draft?
So I guess it goes into
to go along with like Harrison Barnes or
for sure. But like what's Toronto trying to accomplish long term and what's Toronto trying to accomplish short term? Like, are they content with, because they missed the playoffs last year, right?
Yeah.
Are they content with getting into the play-in? They're 2 games under 500. This team isn't a disaster.
No.
They're not awful. Like, are they content with, we've got enough here to build? Like, we got Fred VanVleet. Like, there are things that we could do better. We've got to get active. Maybe we don't have to move on from Siakam. Maybe we have to do what the Kings need to do with De'Aaron and surround him with other guys. Now, the tricky part for both the Kings and the Raptors is, how do you accomplish that without moving on from someone like Pascal Siakam?
Right.
I wonder what state Toronto's in. It's like, nah, we're not a playing team. We need to figure out. We know we've got Scotty Barnes here. We know he's going to be the centerpiece. We've got Fred VanVleet. We still very much believe in him. The question you're asking is, are we buying Pascal Siakam?
Yeah, and
they have good young talent there. That team's not far away from being. I'm not going to call them a title contender. They're not far away from being an easy top 6 team.
No, not at all. But that's where I say you got to ask the question, if you're Toronto, are we going to go ahead and do this thing with Siakam along with Scotty Barnes, along with OG Anunoby? Like we're gonna pay all these guys, right? Like that's what we're doing. Siakam's under contract till 24-25. OG is a free agent, unrestricted. Or no, that's Gorge. Oh, they already locked up OG, so they're good. Scotty Barnes is good. Are they good paying that money for a playing type team?
Here's the thing.
I'd probably hold on if I was Toronto. Like I don't think I would make that type of deal, but I mean that's a team that came to mind when James Ham said that.
They're a game and a half out of 6th.
Yeah.
And it's Cleveland that's in 6th. Not a knock on Cleveland. I think very, very highly of them. But if you told me that Cleveland and Toronto switched places and Charlotte stayed in the middle, I wouldn't be surprised. I like with the amount of young players that you just named. I keep building, unless there's an obvious gap there in Toronto that I've not watched 41, 2, 3 Toronto Raptors games. So unless there's an obvious gap there, the surface talent it's already there for Toronto. And I don't think they're not missing I don't know. Are they missing an elite 3-point shooter?
They might be.
Can we sell them on that? Is that what they're missing?
But my question is, it's there for what though? Like that team, and I would die for this, right? Like I love to be in Toronto's situation, but that team, I don't think is going any further than what you're talking about. Like playing, maybe if things are breaking right, we'll move into the top 6. But we'll be 6
for a team.
All these guys locked up, so maybe. But
it's not really all of these guys. Like it's OG just hitting his 2nd contract. You got Siakam and Fred VanVleet, right? That's it. And then you got Scotty Barnes as your young player. Like he's next, but that's still 3 seasons away. So you have, I think what you're really judging the most is probably the next 2 seasons. What kind of growth do you get from Scotty Barnes that ascends you, or maybe I don't know. I don't know that I'd move out of that yet, unless there was it'd be like Tyrese, unless there was a player in a rookie contract that you thought this dude at the very least keeps us here, may push us a smidge bit further, but he's cheaper and he grows here. Like, I don't think you're obviously not trading a contract for a contract. So I don't know. That's tough.
Yeah, I don't think I was Toronto.
Toronto wasn't a team I was thinking of. Yeah, Toronto wasn't.
But that's it. And that's what I talk about with James. Like, swing for the fence. There ain't no fences to swing for.
No, there are fences.
You're playing in a softball field right now at a rec park. There ain't no fence.
There are fences to swing for. They're just like 700 yards away. Like
there ain't nobody there.
You ain't gonna get it. You ain't gonna get the ball there.
There ain't nobody there. Like
you just need someone to sneaky move it closer and like, hey,
I don't know.
No one knew we were.
I don't know if you can entice anybody with what you have. So I think you're gonna have to do the small moves and hope those things like get you better. And you may still be in front of 8,000 people for a while, you know what I mean? But you're not bringing nobody in without Halliburton. You're not bringing anybody in that's gonna move the needle.
Montrezl Harrell and Contavious Caldwell-Pope are throwing hands. Does Trez still? Trez was really intriguing on draft day. Not so much anymore. What about KCP? You got to break them up. You got to break up that Washington group. Maybe this is the moment Bradley Beal asked out. I can't have my player. Get me out of here. My guys are in here fighting at halftime, and
I've seen enough Bradley Beal in Washington. Let's talk to Quentin. He'll let us know.
If Bradley Beal can make it through the John Wall era, he can make it through KCP and
we joke, but they're almost not making the playoffs. As good as they started, they're almost out of the whole play-in scenario. And now they have a fight on their hands.
They do. How? How, Sway? How is there no video of this?
How, Sway?
How is there no video? The second I saw that alert, I was like, where's the... Okay. And I'm... wait, what? There's a report. Video. I need to see the video of this.
Hey,
and I love the reasoning before it. Montrezl Harrell was pissed that KCP didn't pass him the ball. Give me this in the Kings locker room any day. Give me a full-on physical fight because
you want
somebody.
You want that in a bad team or like this team where they're just bad. They're not real. There's no real stories going on. It's just they just stink.
Bro,
I think I probably want to fight at halftime.
Give me. We've got 4 hours of content tomorrow. If Buddy Hield and Tristan Thompson throw hands tonight,
hey,
and Buddy ain't fighting nobody. That ain't even in his personality. It'd have to be somebody else. But
hey, which color Crocs is TT wearing tonight? I'm going with he'll have black Crocs on.
That seems like an appropriate place to end the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button. If you missed any part of today's show, of course, you could catch it on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. I strongly recommend the podcast available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts from. Hit the subscribe button, hit the 5th star there, particularly if you're on Apple Podcasts. And most of all, make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, right here on ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. It's a riggedy rap.
That was an unpredictable show.
Very much so.
Predictable. Girl, get comfortable.
Oh yeah, it was a smash. One of the most underrated R&B albums of all time. That Jamie Foxx, Unpredictable.
Oh, that was he.
That was fire.
I just gotta.
Yeah.
We do have to end the stream because we're gonna talk to. I just can't help but show love to Danny in San Francisco because Kyle Matson just forwarded me a tweet that reads, "I'm listening to KHDK right now. The Niners are in the playoffs versus the Cowboys. And they're talking about whether Russell Wilson or Pete Carroll are going to be their most hated division rival next year. LOL. Back to 1320 I go. See, that's what you get, Jared. You shouldn't I don't know what she was doing, Jared. What was she venturing over there for? Oh boy.
Oh man. It just lost. Just lost.
Blind leading the blind over there. But hey, go ahead.
Lost.
Appreciate you, Doc. I don't even want to put. Oh, Dr. David, come on, man. No, I know, Joe. That's me. We've had two separate meetings this week at 4, so I'm sorry about that. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. We'll catch us one of these days this week. We'll be up. We'll be here a little while longer.
Oh, is this true? You still got the I had it. I ain't gonna lie. I had it.
I didn't have the album. I had Gangsta though.
I had the CD. I had a
Gangsta.
I had an autograph copy of Ron Artest album.
No, I did not have Ron.
He dropped those off at the KSFM studios, like Ron. Ooh,
Chris Webber, Gangsta was a banger.
Yeah, it wasn't Macho Man's. It wasn't Macho Man's album. You put DJ Cool on there, man, but that didn't help.
Gangsta was a banger.
That did not help. Oh man.
From the home of J. Rose and Jerome Bettis.
Too hard.
Yeah, but I also had Kobe's album. Oh, not his album. I had a single with Tyra Banks.
Mm-hmm.
I think you gave that to me, Damien. I think it was in some type of 105 prize pack.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm surprised I didn't give you Ron's. Ron he dropped that off at the studio. I was like, Ron, what do you want me to do with this? Because I know you don't think I'm playing this. Oh man. Oh, that shit. It wasn't nothing wrong with the Shaq Fu though. The Fooshnickens and wasn't nothing wrong with that.
See, I was more familiar with the second one, You Can't Stop the Rain album.
The first one. The first one's not bad at all.
Shaq was fine. Shaq had like real rappers on the albums. He did a song with Biggie.
Yeah, on the one you're talking about. Yeah.
But even in the first one, didn't he do something with Naughty by Nature or something like that? No,
he did something with the Fooshnickens.
The Fooshnickens.
What's up, Doc? Can we rock? What's up, Doc? Can we rock?
I'm the Hooper, the Hyper, protected by Vipers.
Shaq can rhyme though too.
Nah, he could. Yeah. I always thought Shaq was cool.
Yeah. Shaq can rhyme.
All right, man. I'm sorry, guys. I do got to cut out a little bit early and talk with the boss.
Yeah, man. Anybody that's gonna be up there, man, come holler at me, man. I'm I think for the first time ever, I'm be in the Black Bottles Boys jacket, man.
There we go. Okay. Yeah.
So if you see it around,
you'll know it. Yeah, you'll know it when you see it.
Come pull up on me, man. Pull up.
You know it when you see it. Well, have fun. Everybody who's going, have fun tonight. Everybody who's not, see you on Twitter. Thanks for hanging out, man. Y'all were pretty deep today. We'll
yes, indeed.
We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Holla.